So we're going to try to keep things moving. I was going to turn this over to Regina, but I see that she's not here. We have to officially vote in the chair and vice chair for this year. Susan, do you want to take that?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Julia Hurl as chair and Skip Kunda as vice chair.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. If everyone's had a chance to look at the minutes of December 4th and December 6th, are there any comments from the board?
No.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
A second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Before we get to our first item, we want to send out our congratulations to Mr. John Lord, who's been appointed as the next member of the Planning Commission. John is a long-time member of resident of Radnor Township and an attorney. We're looking forward to meeting him next month and to serving with him and benefiting from his experience and his expertise. So welcome, John. Our first item tonight is 615 Newtown Road. Is the applicant ready? Great. Come on up. As you go through, could you just take us through anything that's changed since the preliminary approval and touch on any items where there may still be some discrepancy between the engineer's letter and your remarks, please?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm George Brosman, representing the applicant in this matter, which is 615 Newtown Road Associates LP. You remember they're the equitable owner of this property at 615 Newtown Road. We were last before you on October 1st, I believe it was, where you recommended preliminary plan approval. And to address, I'll tell you what we've been doing since then and highlight a few things on the plan. After we were here, we did in fact receive preliminary plan approval. I believe it was on October 22nd from the Board of Commissioners of the Township. We also appeared before the Radnor Township Zoning Hearing Board, and on November 15th we were granted two separate measures of relief. We filed two separate applications. One concerned man-made steep slopes that are on this property. I'm going to point to the plan. You may recall this is Newtown Road along here. The existing driveway that serves the property now was at one time a road. It was part of Radnor Chester Road, and there were some small bands of steep slope along that road, and there were some others on this lot here, lot number 3, and some others around the driveway to the estate home. They're man-made slopes, and we received zoning hearing board approval to disturb those because we wanted to restore the road. We want to rip out the pavement and seed that over, and then the other areas would be disturbed during construction. The second measure of relief we got under a separate application was you had suggested that we couple the right-of-way width waiver that we did get from the commissioners. You'll recall we did get the waivers, all the waivers we requested from the commissioners to make the road, the right-of-way for the road narrower than the 60 feet that would be required. I believe our plan shows 28 feet. I do want to point out, though, that the actual paving of the road and the paving of the cul-de-sac does comply with the standards, so it should function as a normal roadway. It was just to reduce those right-of-way widths. So you had recommended that we couple the right-of-way width reduction with a request for a front yard setback variances for the lots. And our hope was to reduce the front yard setbacks and the right-of-ways to be able to give the option for people to keep the houses closer to the road, to keep the disturbance limited. So we were successful in that. The zoning hearing board did grant the variances for the front yard requests. I remember an issue that came up when we were before you was should there be some sort of conservation easement, and we got a compromise from the Planning Commission It was recommended from here that whatever relief, if any, we would get for the front yard setback variances, that we would place a conservation easement along Newtown Road, which was an area of the property, thanks Pat, an area of the property that we were interested in preserving the trees and whatnot along there. So Pat Stewart, our landscape architect, just put up this plan. This was our zoning setback exhibit that we presented to the zoning hearing board. You can see that the blue line was where the setback would have been, and the yellow line is what we got it reduced to. And basically this area between the blue and the yellow is the amount of relief. So what we've agreed to do, based on your recommendation last time, was to total that area up and then put a conservation easement along here. So that's showed in red cross hatching. So after we get final plan approval, we would do a document, a conservation easement document, that would be reviewed by the township engineer and the township solicitor, and that would be recorded along with the plans. When we went to the commissioners...
Well, while we're on that topic, can I
Sure.
mention there's been a concern that the easement along Newtown Road, taking that as a conservation easement, might be an issue because there is a PennDOT right-of-way along Newtown Road, and they may take that in some future time for the road. So have you thought about making sure that that conservation easement doesn't overlap with PennDOT's right-of-way?
Well, no, I don't think we would want to extend it in further. I don't see the PennDOT would be widening this road. You know, we can't control that. What we did do, though, in addition to that, is we agreed to also place this area in red, the riparian buffer. We agreed that that would be a conservation easement that would basically echo the terms of the riparian buffer ordinance, and that was a condition of our preliminary plan approval, so that's shown visually here.
Excuse me, could you repeat
Sure.
that? Because you can't build in the riparian buffer anyway, so explain to me how that's an easement.
There's a condition on the preliminary plan approval. The best thing to do is probably read it to you. It says that the, for sake of completeness, as to this one, it said the applicant must execute a conservation easement or restriction upon an area to the rear of lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 equal to the front yard setback area reduced as a result of any variance relief granted to applicant by the Radnor Township Zoning Hearing Board in a form and manner approved by the township solicitor. So that was the first one. The second one was the applicant must execute a conservation easement or restriction along the riparian buffer area shown on the plan, limited to incorporating the requirements of section 280-89.1 of the Radnor Township zoning ordinance in a form and manner to be approved by the solicitor. So this topic came up at the commissioners, but that was what we were willing to agree to, that it would give the ordinance additional teeth, if you will, that if you wouldn't be able to get a variance from that provision, or if the provision changed, there would be an extra layer of protection with the commissioners. You would have to go to the commissioners and actually have them amend the covenant. I think there was another thought that would also be a way to give notice to all the homeowners of the restrictions, because this would be a covenant that would appear in all of their title reports. So I think there's a benefit there, extra notice to the people of the riparian buffer and its location. Another topic is the separate lot along Sproul Road. That is not going to be a lot that's going to be available for residential development. This is one of the issues we wanted to talk about in the Township Engineer Review Letter. What we were asked by the Planning Commission last time to make this a separate lot, because I think originally it was shown as part of Lot 5. So we made it a separate lot, and it is not our intention to build on it. There's nothing shown to be built on it. We discussed with the commissioners when we were here last time, and notes still appear on the plan, that we would offer that for dedication to Radnor Township. The feedback we got at that time was that the commissioners were not interested in accepting that at that time, but we've kept the note on there if they would have a change of heart. and we've labeled it on the plan as open space. But it's one of the things I want to talk about in the township engineer letter. We don't intend that it would be open space as far as the zoning ordinance is concerned. It was not required for open space. And our concern with it is if under the open space ordinance it says that this can't be conveyed basically, and we've always mentioned to you that, you know, first we wanted to convey it to the township. They don't seem to be interested. We've had some informal discussions with a swim club here. I don't know if they'll be interested, and if they wouldn't be interested, we would like to have the option of conveying it to a conservancy, whether that would be in fee title or with a conservation easement. So we just wanted to clarify that, you know, we could transfer it. It wouldn't be open space that couldn't be transferred, but it would be transferred subject to the physical restrictions on it, and we would agree to place a restriction that it couldn't be available for residential development. I think those are the big things of what has happened since the last time. Also what has happened is they developed their stormwater plans, and Dave Gibbons is here. He could explain it if you want to know the detail. But they worked with Pat Stewart, our landscape architect, to try to be sensitive to, you may recall the areas that were shown on the preliminary plans as conceptual. They would have required the loss of a lot more trees in this area, for instance. So they worked closely, the engineer and the landscape architect, to locate these storm systems in a way that would minimize the impact on trees and things like that. So I think that's a pretty good summary of what we've done since we were last here. We have the Township Engineers Review Letter. It's a lengthy letter. It goes back through the comments that we had before, and in most cases I think notes that most things have been satisfied. The protocol in the letter is that it says that where there's something in bold text that would require further addressing by the applicant. We have our engineer here. Most of them are will comply items. If you want to hear us go through it, we can. He can address any specific questions. We did have a couple of items we wanted to discuss with you.
Well, if you have any specific items, let's cover those first.
Yes.
And then we'll go to our engineer for anything he may still have outstanding.
Sure. The specific items we wanted to discuss, I touched on it in my discussion with regarding Lot 9. We're okay noting the restriction that it shouldn't be available for residential development, but we don't want to put the note that triggers the open space ordinance requirement that it couldn't be sold or conveyed. That was that issue. The second issue is in the cul-de-sac, and this is an older plan. In the bulb of the cul-de-sac, we were at a staff meeting early on, and somebody gave us the idea that wouldn't it be a nice amenity to plant in the bulb of the cul-de-sac to add some greenery. So we took that up, and it's actually a greater expense to the applicant to do that. Pat could probably tell you about what is envisioned for that, but it would be an area with a mountable curb. It would be available for green space, and there's been a concern raised, understandably, in the Township Engineer Review Letter about what would that do to access. We were advised to get the largest fire truck spec from the fire department, and we did that. And Dave Gibbons, our engineer, ran a radius, and it shows that it can navigate around that island. So we would like to keep the island. We think that with the mountable curbs and the turning radius we have done, that it should work okay.
When we looked at we saw the fire truck analysis drawing, which was helpful. It was obvious from that drawing that we couldn't have any parking in the cul-de-sac. Is there a note on the plan? Where is it shown that there won't be any parking there so that the fire trucks can get around?
I don't think there is a note, is there?
There's actually signs placed down the street. There's actually one right there, proposed no parking sign. There's other no parking signs along the street.
Okay. So.
And we may just need a note on the plan as well that there's no parking permitted.
Maybe I'll leave it.
Okay, thank you.
So So we'd like to try to keep that. I mean, we're not trying to cause a problem for anybody. It is a greater expense to do it that way, but you may have gotten the idea. The applicant, one of whom is Jim Gorman, who's here. He's going to live there. They're trying to make a really distinctive community here, and not something that you would see all the time. And they've gone to a lot of expense to try to have some special amenities here. So that was our feeling on that. Another comment is, I think it's near the end of the letter on page 11, comment number 2. There was a discussion last time about lots 1 and 2, which are up here along Newtown Road, that would we consider using boulder retaining walls to minimize disturbance on slopes, and we said, yes, we will consider that. And in our submission, when we addressed the comments, we reiterated that we would consider that, but we haven't shown them on this plan. We're going to consider it at the building permit stage. The reason for that is the houses aren't designed yet. It probably is in everybody's interest to do it that way, but without having the specific plans for the houses, we want to wait on that particular point. But we are acknowledging we have agreed to consider it, and we'll continue to look at that. Comment 21 on page 15. Dave Gibbons can talk about this if there's any need to. There's apparently a terracotta sewer pipe that runs under Route 320. The comment is that should be replaced. I think when the prior subdivision was approved, that topic was, I seem to recall seeing something about that there was a requirement that that pipe be investigated. So all we would ask on that is the comment, if you read it literally, just says replace it. All we would ask is we'd like to look at it and see if it needs to be replaced. If it needs to be replaced, we will certainly replace it. But we would like to at least analyze it and see if that needs to be done. I think those are... Oh, and a general comment, there's a couple places in the letter about the highway occupancy permit, the NPDES permit, and the sewer availability, which we get through a sewer planning module through DEP. There's a comment, I may have misread it, but it was suggesting we shouldn't get our final plan approval until we have those permits. What I would propose, and I believe is consistent with the law, and I spoke to Peter about this, is that we would get our final approval, I believe, as you typically do, but it would be contingent upon us getting these approvals. It's like a chicken or the egg thing. We come here first, and we have to get those approvals. So those were our specific comments. Dave is here if you have questions or would like us to go over any of the other bold items.
Thank you. John, can you address any of the issues that have been raised, and also anything you feel is still outstanding?
Yes, absolutely. I'll be glad to. I did want to go back to the one of the earlier topics that Mr. Brosman had brought up, having to do with the conservation easement. As he explained, the 35-foot conservation easement is shown along the frontage of Newtown Road.
Could you put that plan back up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have very, very strong concerns about the potential in the future, however remote it may be, for PennDOT to take that right-of-way along Newtown Road as well as Sproul Road with the riparian conservation easement. And in so doing, the township would lose that strip of land along Newtown Road and the small strip along Sproul Road. So we would strongly encourage you to require the applicant to revise the delineation of the conservation easement so that it began at the ultimate right-of-way line and then moved to the interior of the tract from there.
And if I can throw in my 2 cents, I think legally he's obligated to do it that way.
I understand. Anything else, John?
Yes. We had received recently the wetlands report and the jurisdictional determination letter, so we are satisfied with the wetlands delineation that is shown on the plan. I just wanted to mention that to you.
Thank you.
Okay. I also wanted to bring to your attention that there are a number of comments in this letter where we defer to the Shade Tree Commission with regard to landscaping and what we feel is detail that's missing on some of the existing features plans in terms of the species and the caliper of the trees that will be removed, and those to remain as well. But in particular, those to be removed in the proximity of where the homes and the stormwater management systems are going to be located. So we're asking that we're suggesting to you that the applicant go back to the Shade Tree Commission and discuss those issues with the Shade Tree Commission to make sure that they're satisfied with what's being proposed. With regard to the sanitary sewer line under Sproul Road that Mr. Brosman mentioned, that comment was a comment made by the Township's Director of Public Works, and Mr. Norsini was quite adamant that he wanted that pipe replaced because the applicant is proposing to tie into an old existing sanitary sewer main that runs under Sproul Road.
Excuse me, John, did he have any more details on, he thinks that line's defective? He thinks if he tie in, it'll break, or it's too small? Did he give any details like that?
All of the above. He has concerns about its structural integrity and its, its condition.
Do you know how old it is?
I'm sorry?
Do you know how old it is?
I do not know.
Okay.
But if it's terracotta.
Got it.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry. If I could just,
Introduce yourself.
Dave Gibbons from D.L. Howell Associates. Just on that last comment about the pipe, I mean, that's what we want the opportunity to televise it, inspect it, and make sure it's structurally sound. If it is still structurally sound, I don't see why we cannot use it. It is of adequate size. It's an 8-inch pipe. So we just want the ability to determine the actual integrity of the pipe, and we can do so, and we do that all the time. So we just want the ability to take a look into it. And obviously, if it's not structurally sound or if it's got sags or anything in it, then we will have to replace it.
I'd probably be easier for us, since this is an engineering issue, if you convince the township engineer that it's okay, and then he lifts his requirement off of us.
My question would be, if in the event that, suppose we went through that and he said it was okay, and then 5 years from now it fails, would you assume responsibility for a period of time for replacing it at that point? Huh?
I don't believe it's a township pipe, so it would be the responsibility of the homeowners. So, they'll have to make that call if we can't convince the township engineer whether it's prudent to put that potential cost off into the future or not.
All right, thank you.
The issue regarding the boulder walls was raised again in this letter because we thought that the township deserved the opportunity to see what the impacts would be to the rear yards of those lots if boulder walls were to be installed at some point in time in the future. It's actually, you will, as Mr. Brosman said, see it in the building permit plan review stage, but it would make sense, in my opinion, for you to see the impacts of what those boulder walls would do to those lots at this stage of the game. So that's why the comment was included again.
If it's of help to the Planning Commission, I could respond to a couple of the points. Sure.
The other issue was that we did receive the truck turning templates, and our traffic engineer, I don't want to speak for Amy, but she analyzed it, so Amy, why don't I turn it over to you and ask you to address that?
What we decided or determined was that we needed to, I have a loud mouth, but not loud enough. We decided that although there were some turning movements that were not included in the graphic, I believe that you have sufficient turn radii for those movements to occur. Typically, we do the right in, right out, all the movements into and out of the site. You would need to prohibit parking, and as was discussed earlier, there'd need to be a note on the plan prohibiting parking for the entire cul-de-sac area. But other than that, it looks adequate.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Does the board have any comments before Mr. Brosman continues.
He's just going to respond
He's
to...
going to respond to some of the things that John mentioned, but we can jump in now anytime.
I was going to address the thing.
Go ahead. Why don't you go
Mr.
ahead.
Gorman said that he wouldn't have a problem expanding that for the additional right-of-way that we're donating.
Could you just tell me again, the sanitary sewer line? I've misplaced where the comment is. I just wanted to reread it briefly.
Yes, the comment is on page 15, number 21.
Thank you. I have a couple of general comments. Is Julius now when you want us to do that?
Go ahead.
Okay, so my strong recollection about our very long conversation regarding the conservation easement is that, we were going, and I was comfortable with this, but that the township was going to work with the applicant to find areas of conservation throughout the plan. And because I recall our particular concern was actually in the rear of the property, extended beyond the riparian buffer. So I'm surprised to hear tonight that the conservation easement is exclusively to Newtown Road, because that's got a tremendous amount of steep slope, and it's unlikely that that would have ever been developed anyway. That was the reason we had the whole conversation about pulling the, making the right-of-way smaller and making the front yard setbacks smaller to save trees that were up in that area, and it created a better buffer from the street, which were things I was all in support of. What dawned on me after the meeting that we had last month, or a few months ago, it's a very long conversation, and it really did not coalesce for me until after the meeting, is this. Because we disagreed greatly about how to approach this notion of where to put the conservation easement. And this is what occurred to me. We basically pulled the front yard setback 25 feet closer to the street. We went from 60 to 35. So we should have pulled up whatever the building footprint measurement is. We should have just moved that up 25 feet. And whatever got saved back here is the conservation easement. Effectively, what we've done in this plan is extended by 25 feet their entire building footprint. By giving them the front yard setback of 35 feet instead of 60, they now have a 25-foot longer building footprint. And I think that, and this just did not coalesce with me until after the meeting, that maybe that's the fair or appropriate way to have met the goal that we were seeking, which was, we'll let you build closer to the street, it's going to save trees, it'll save trees in the back. Because this notion of having an extra step of legality of not building in the riparian buffer I don't think it's a likely area they ever would have built anyway. And this township is not likely to, if there's a change that's ever going to be made to the riparian buffer, it's not going to be in making it smaller and so providing us with more building opportunities. I'm pretty sure if we step downstairs to the stormwater management fee meeting, they would agree. It's only going to get bigger, which is only going to, further decrease the likelihood that building would ever take place near a stream. So, this part of the agreement, I'm surprised that it's so formal tonight. Not surprised from the standpoint that it's a final plan, but when we said goodbye in October, I thought maybe we would be reviewing this one more time as a preliminary plan to see how that particular detail was going to get worked out. Also, and knowing that they had to go to zoning and get zoning relief. Also, I did not recall that there were any steep slope issues in the front yard, on the property that were going to require zoning relief. Was that not engineered in the plan when we saw it? I don't recall knowing that one of the pieces of zoning relief that you were going to be seeking was that disruption of man-made slopes, and there's a whole legality about man-made versus not, and whether or not it was disturbed with a permit or not, and that's all ultimately irrelevant. I understand that because you got your zoning relief, but I just didn't recall that issue coming up at all during our first look at this in the preliminary plan approval process. So I was curious, is that something that you uncovered after our meeting?
I can tell you what the situation is with those, and this exhibit shows it. As I said, the ones we got relief for were here, which is the current driveway, which is the old roadbed of Radnor Chester Road. This little piece back here, and some of these little pieces again around the driveway, and one by the driveway to the State House, which is being preserved. Our plan always showed that they would not be disturbed when we were here, and our hope was, and what we did, we reviewed with the zoning officer, Kevin Kachansky. We felt we had a pretty good argument that we should have been able to disturb those, and he determined that we should go to the zoning hearing board to get that relief. So we did go for that relief, and we obtained that. And they, I think they recognized that they were man-made slopes. These are the only ones that were in question, the only ones we got relief for along here, this, on the back of Lot 3, and here. So, you know, that's how it unfolded, and we got the relief. We followed all the procedures. And, you know, it's something we always wanted to do. We wanted to take the pavement up from this driveway, and then we were going to be faced with a situation. We'd have this, you know, unnatural kind of swale. So we got the relief we needed on that. On the easement question, you know, the language that the commissioners adopted, I'm quite sure is very similar to the final resolution that came out of this planning commission, the one that I read. It was a long compromise that we discussed with you, and so the commissioners, I think, followed that. And the riparian buffer, that was just something additional we agreed to with the commissioners at the meeting. That wasn't even one of our requirements. So, you know, we felt that we, you know, we did, we lived up to that compromise, and we've satisfied the preliminary plan approval requirements. And, you know, we had the same discussion with the zoning board. Were they going to give us the front yard setback relief with these easements being provided? And there were some on the zoning board, I think, that felt like maybe more should be given, but at the end of the day, they backed off from that and they approved it. Because, as I said last time, I mean, the issue is, you know, you can say, yeah, maybe the building envelopes get bigger. One of the key lots is Lot 1. There's really very little room here. And this plan, as I said to the zoning board, it was all about providing options to these homeowners. Jim Gorman, who's here, is going to live in one of these lots. Alex Wazeloff is going to live in one of the other lots. But they're going to sell these lots, and people are going to come up with a home design, and they're going to have to feel comfortable that they can fit with what they want in compliance with zoning. So we were trying to give them the most options available to them, reducing the right-of-way, reducing the front yard setback. If you didn't grant those measures of relief, you know, we had what we felt was a by right plan where we could have complied with the 60 feet wide right-of-way and the setback. We didn't want to do that plan, but we had the same yield, and we weren't using the waivers or the variances to get more lots.
When you put in the easement along Newtown Square, along Newtown Street, it looks to me like that can't possibly be as large an area as the area between the yellow and blue lines, correct?
We've calculated it. We believe it is. It might even exceed it.
The area along Newtown?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you
and that'll be confirmed, of
were
course.
to back that out so that it begins, I'm calling it the conservation easement, is that the wording we're using? If that begins at the PennDOT right-of-way and equals the area between the yellow and the blue lines, how far out is that going to come?
I guess it would be the distance of whatever the new right-of-way is, 13 feet. So it'd be 13 more feet.
Right. So the conservation easement shown on the riparian buffer, which maybe adds another level of legality, but it's already a riparian buffer. That's not part of the. Okay, I think we need to make that clear because we don't want to double dip. I mean, the riparian buffer's there. I know the zoning hearing board and the township would like to have extra protection, perhaps, for that area, but I think we need to be clear that that's not the added conservation area.
Right. it's up here. I think John mentioned that we're also agreeing to dedicate more right-of-way along Sproul, so he mentioned, maybe that would come and take some of that. But to me, that should be off the table. Even both of these, I think it was generous of Mr. Gorman to agree, because we're giving these right-of-ways to the township. Peter and I could debate, is it required by the code? We're giving it to the township without any compensation. So on top of that, then Mr. Gorman has just agreed to extend it further. So we're trying to be very cooperative.
The township's agreeing to reduce the front yard setbacks.
They did that, and we agreed to this condition.
Let's just call it even.
It was not.
Everybody's giving a little something.
It was not
there.
a requirement that we increase it, because we're also donating right away, but we're willing to do that. So yes, I agree. We're all giving something.
Yeah, I have a question. Down on the displayed version, the opposite from the corner, other side of the riparian right, what lot number is that? The little down, that. Is that also covered by conservation easement? I know that was part of a discussion way back.
That may have been discussed, but we have not agreed to that.
That's fine. I just wanted, it's been a couple of months. My memory's not as good as it was.
Well, I guess I would say, pardon me, that my recollection is different. I don't think that we talked about the conservation easement being up on Newtown Road. In fact, the walkway, the sidewalk or the dedicated walkway is going to be up in there. So in fact, we're going to be losing, I don't know if we'll be losing some trees or not, or they're just going to wend it through the trees. And I'll remember this thought about if when we pull front yard setbacks to the street, we should just move the building footprint closer. That's the way to keep the quid pro quo equal.
The areas would not be the same.
Yeah, but don't the areas equal? So I don't understand your point.
Well, because there was concern, I remember the discussion. I mean, the concern is that there's a lot of really pretty woodlands in the back of the, refresh my memory, I can't see the numbers of the lots that are on the south part of this.
This is one, and it goes around to...
Okay, see, my notes from October specifically talk about doing this conservation. I thought this. My notes specifically talk about doing this conservation easement in lots 6, 7, 8, 9. But we had a long discussion about perhaps excluding lot 8. And yet the entire conservation easement is on lots 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it's in fact the exact opposite of what we discussed in October, because I'm looking at the minutes from our meeting.
My recollection from that meeting is that we discussed a lot of things.
Yes.
And that we said, go away, talk to the town, work it out.
Right, I completely agree.
And this is what they worked out.
So what they worked out was the top of the road, and I'm just saying later when we talk about this, we should just talk about moving the building footprint. Thank you.
Yeah. We did discuss it, and we said we were particularly concerned about these lots because of the riparian buffer. We were already limited. And I think you're right that, this is what we worked out with the commissioners for our approval.
Okay. Can we go to public comment, and then we'll discuss it further? Thank you. Can we have public comment at this time? None? Great. Thank you. Anybody have anything to say about the boulders? Yeah.
The what? The what, I'm sorry?
The boulders. The thought is, do we really need to see how the boulders walls might affect the properties now, or can we wait till the building permit stage?
I would wait till the building permit stage.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. And the pipe under the road.
Well,
Apparently, Steve Norsini feels strongly that he needs to get that replaced.
I read it. It says on the site. I reread the comment. So on the site means in their fee, and some of that is, I guess it goes to the center line of the road. Are they going to just stop in the center line?
They own both
Oh,
sides.
that's right. I'm sorry.
Because
They own
it's-
both sides, right.
Is that the pipe they're talking about, or the one out on Newtown Road?
I think
John?
it's the
I
Sproul
thought they were
Road.
talking about the pipe that goes out to Newtown Road.
That was Sproul Road.
Sanitary sewer pipe that goes from basically along the stream corridor, under Sproul Road, and to a manhole, to a manhole on the east side of Sproul Road near Ithan Creek. In that area, that's correct.
Well, I feel if Steve feels strongly about it, we should require that it be replaced. If they want to evaluate it, I would still need for them to evaluate it and then convince Steve that it's doesn't need to be replaced.
Right.
Which it doesn't sound like that's going to happen, but
Would
how do we
you-
handle that, John?
Well, I think, the applicant certainly has the prerogative to evaluate the pipe. I think they need to convince Mr. Norsini that it makes sense to evaluate it as opposed to him, just saying, no, he may have information that I don't have.
And it
about
would be
the condition of
appropriate
the
for us
pipe.
to put that back into his purview.
I believe it would be,
Okay.
yes.
Would it be appropriate to tie it into the building permit stage, or was this addressed at all with the commissioners, this particular
This
issue?
issue, I don't believe, came
No.
up. I mean, all we're saying is we don't want to just replace it if it's fine. We want to verify the condition, and I think with any type of condition like this, somebody at the township is going to have to agree with us. That's just the way these things work. That
Out of curiosity, does this pipe service anything other than this particular development? It only services these 8 houses? And you're willing to take the risk? Potentially? Potentially.
Well, they want to
Yeah.
evaluate it.
They want to evaluate it, right?
And if Steve Norsini knows that it's deteriorated, or he has record of it, that'd be great. It would save us the trouble of televising it.
Yeah, I think we're fine. If you satisfy him, we're fine. I think it's kind of what the sentiment seems to be like.
And the prior plan that was approved, which would have been using the same pipe for, I guess, 4 or 5 homes, that was not a requirement that it be replaced absolutely.
And on the issue of Lot 9 being defined as open space, it's not transferable. Does anybody have any issues with leaving that so it can be transferred to another owner?
I'm okay.
I think it's fine. Yeah.
Commission members, regarding the replacement of the pipe, I think if you were so inclined to make a recommendation tonight that you can include a condition that the resolution of that pipe issue be resolved to the satisfaction of Steve Norsini. That way it leaves it open for the applicant to work with Steve, and if there's other information out there that is brought to Steve's attention, he would take that under consideration. Regarding the previous land development approval, I don't believe Steve was with the township at that time, so he didn't have the opportunity to weigh in on it. It's not fair to assume that that wouldn't have been a requirement if Steve had looked at the plans.
And then about the other issue was going back to Shade Tree. How do we feel about that?
Well, I mean, I have 2 quick thoughts about that. Yes, I think they should go back to Shade Tree because there's been, but hopefully not long. But the bigger thing is I hate when they take down trees before they're ready to do everything else. But that's kind of a general
Comment.
building. That's not specific to you. That's specific to a lot of developments. Let's not take down a bunch of trees before you're really ready to go, because that affects, stormwater around here.
I failed to note, we
Go
are
ahead.
scheduled, I believe, for the Shade Tree Commission on January 23rd.
Oh, thank you. Great.
Is that your first meeting with Shade Tree?
No, we've been there many times. I think we went with a sketch plan 3 times, they're telling me.
So how did we get to the point where we want Shade Tree to look at it again? I can't recall the comments at the beginning of the meeting.
The reason that we're suggesting that they go back to the Shade Tree Commission is now that the stormwater management basins have been located where they're shown on the plans, they're in some of them are in close proximity to some noteworthy trees. In addition to that, the plan doesn't specifically state in all cases the species and the caliber of the trees, so the Shade Tree Commission, I think, deserves that information with which to make their decision.
Shouldn't we or couldn't we have picked that up in the October meeting? The absence of proper delineation?
There was an additional landscaping plan shown in this plan set that didn't appear in the preliminary, so perhaps we could have, but perhaps not.
But they're going back to Shade Tree anyway, so
We have no problem going back.
Right.
I think in fairness,
you have beautiful trees on the property.
we're told that we had an arborist go back out and check things, so that information may not have been given to Mr. Sartor last time, but we had planned to go back. We think they'll be pleased with the plan since the last time they saw it.
But the issue, you don't have to come back here after you do that.
No.
Okay,
Right.
that's fine. I don't want to
Anything else? You good? Would anyone like to make?
George, before you sit down, on Lot 9, you don't want to call it open space so you can still transfer it. But what are you proposing to put on that lot to ensure that it is not developed in the future?
Well, we were okay with, I think there was the comment in John's letter that there would be a note that it would not be available for residential development. We do have an idea that it would be possibly be transferred to the swim club. Whether they would ever be able to get approval to use it for anything, I wouldn't want to preclude that.
So that's the reason why you're limiting it to quote-unquote residential development?
Right. It was our thought that, we're here doing a residential development. We were trying to prove to the township we're not trying to get the ability to build another house there. But we would like to transfer the property. The township wouldn't take it or doesn't want it. We would like to be able to do that. There is some logic to the swim club having it.
Would you be opposed to, in addition to a note, to an actual conservation easement, something that might be easier to pop up in a title search?
We are exploring that. I've mentioned this before with regard to the main house. I'm not a tax expert, but it's my belief that if it's a requirement of the township that it be a conservation easement, that it may not be tax deductible because you're not giving away anything. It's a requirement. So we would like to just have that restriction that it not be available for residential development, and then enhance the ability to grant a conservation easement and get whatever tax benefits there might be from that. We're not trying to get a house there, so that's why we had probably mistakenly called it open space, but we would agree we could put a restriction that would be of record that would say that, and when it was transferred it would be subject to that.
I think our concern is, I don't know the layout of the swim club personally, but our concern is whether or not there's a house there. We don't want a parking lot there, or tennis courts, or something the swim club might do. So how can we make sure it stays green and open?
Yeah, and I have no idea if they would ever have an interest in that. I don't know if anything would be permitted. They would have to come to the township and get permission, if they even could. There's floodplain there. There's a sewer easement here. There's a stream. It's all floodplain. So, I don't know. I probably speak out of turn if I'm even suggesting anything they might do with it.
Okay, Peter?
Yes.
Can I get a motion? We did that. Okay, I think we need a motion that's going to include 2 points. One is that the issue of the stormwater sewer, whether it needs to be rebuilt or whether it's feasible, is going to...
You want me to take a stab at it?
Go.
All right. So make a motion that we approve the plan as submitted, subject to the expansion of the conservation easement along Newtown Road to be on the outside of the PennDOT right-of-way, ultimate right-of-way.
And to match the square footage of the area.
And to match the square footage of the area based on the zoning variance on the revised setbacks. Let's see, as it relates to the sewer line replacement, either replacement of the sewer line or satisfaction of the township engineer that the sewer line does not need to be replaced. Township engineer.
He's Director of Public Works.
Sorry, Director of Public Works. And
Boulder walls.
I think Boulder Walls we were okay on.
We were okay on that.
Yeah.
We're going to pass on Boulder Walls.
We're okay with
But then the applicant needs to go back before Shade Tree Commission and satisfy Shade Tree Commission with clarification and I'm a little light on that part.
That's fine.
Okay.
Satisfy the Shade Tree Commission.
Do you want them to address the comments in the Gilmore letter other than the ones that have been addressed here, i.e. the pipe, the easement, and the boulders?
Plus address all the open comments in the Gilmore letter.
I think they
Is
did.
that all right?
Just a clarification, the other ones we asked about were the island and the cul-de-sac, whether we could keep that. And I think we discussed it, but for the record, that we're okay with the Lot 9 with that restriction.
And the inclusion of the island in the cul-de-sac. And Lot 9, as described.
Excellent motion. Want to repeat that for us? No. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to frame that motion.
Takes a village,
Okay, I lost my agenda. Okay, the next item. Our next item on the agenda is an ordinance, number 2012, 11.1, amending Chapter 280 of the heights of athletic field light standards in the PLU Land Use District. So we need Kevin for that.
Thank you. Back in late spring, early summer, we had an ordinance in front of you for your consideration at that point in time. You felt that the ordinance was too vague and needed some more specificity with regards to regulations on specific heights and lighting requirements. So we took it back while working on some other ordinances and got back around to getting this in front of you. We are asking for your recommendation tonight, planning on having this in front of the commissioners for an introduction at the January meeting or their first February meeting. So those revisions are in front of you, providing the specific details of a maximum height requirement of 85 feet, that the light level shall not exceed half a foot candle at the property line unless otherwise specifically approved by the Board of Commissioners. Light fixtures shall be shielded to reduce unnecessary light spillage onto adjacent properties and roadways. The light fixtures shall be positioned so that the emanating light does not shine into streets in such a manner as to interfere with or distract a driver's vision and or directly onto adjacent properties. And that the operation hours be limited to 10:30 unless otherwise specifically approved by the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you. Kevin, is there anything in this ordinance that's not standard that would be unusual to be seen in other townships?
No, this is standard language for athletic field lighting, and typically they're a lot higher than what you would normally see for a building or for parking lot lighting. So they vary. So we wanted to put something in that would provide some flexibility depending on the situation and what we're trying to achieve for a particular field.
A couple of questions. So I remember one of the questions we had at the time, I had at the time, is kind of what was the rationale for this? Because for the most part, we have athletic field lights that far exceed this. Well, not far exceed. You're actually proposing to put up lights that are higher than what we have at the high school, both the stadium lights and the softball field lights. So why would we need lights higher than what we already have up at the high school on PLU? And how did the high school, actually I know that the stadium lights at the high school were zoning board approval appeal. I don't know if some of our institutions have stadium lights that are higher than this. And what was the circumstance under which they got those, and why are we not just keeping that process, let them go to zoning board hearing appeal process?
I'm not sure the specific circumstances of a particular application. I mean, there could be lights that these regulations weren't in place at the time, where they were, and they were put in and have since been grandfathered. So I don't have those specific details of a particular property. I know if somebody wanted to put in athletic field lighting under today's ordinances, it would be capped at the current feet of 38 feet in height. And in every case that I'm familiar with, 38 feet would not be suitable for athletic field lighting.
So from where did you get the number 85?
85, we looked at a couple different situations of where typical lighting for athletic field, they range from 100 feet to 65 feet. So we thought something in the middle would provide us with some flexibility to be able to fit something in, depending on the situation, a softball field versus a baseball field, a multi-purpose field, or a gang of multi-purpose fields together could achieve different height levels depending on what we're trying to light. So that was kind of a medium of the different typical heights that we would see for athletic field lighting.
Okay, but now hearing that the high school, both the softball field lights and the stadium lights are only 80 feet, and they seem, I mean, the light that comes off of the high school, both of those sets of lights, is very far-reaching. So, do we really need to go even higher to
Well, I don't
achieve
know
that?
what the height is on either of those.
I do.
Okay.
I checked with the school district. They're both 80 feet.
I don't know nowadays with the lighting technology, they're getting a little bit more dark sky friendly where they have a little bit more shielding. I don't know how old those lights are, what was put in, how they're aimed, or any specific design requirements for those. The intent for us would be to minimize the height and minimize the light spillage so that we're only lighting those fields that we need to light and reducing any excess energy that wouldn't otherwise be needed.
I would think once you get up around 80 feet, it's not a few feet that's going to make a difference. I think that what's going to make it the most difference is what protections do we have for the spillover, especially to any neighbors, obviously to the streets. We talked, if there's a mention here about driving, to make sure that's protected. And I guess my sense is that how sophisticated are the controls, for these lights? I mean, when you put in these big ball fields, do you need to have a lot of distance before you get to residential areas, or are the lights sophisticated enough now that they can really be directed and protect areas to the other side?
They can be protected. They can be designed so that you're really trying to just light what you're intending to light. That doesn't mean that you're not going to get some light spillage out beyond the property lines. We would not permit something to interfere with a driver's vision. I mean, it would just create a safety hazard and something that we wouldn't support or permit to be placed on any of the fields. And again, these are something that would be discussed in specific details as an application would come in front of the commissioners.
And at that point, the neighbors would be able to see what the effects of the light would be, and
yes,
at that point.
Correct.
I wonder if there are neighbors here who want to comment on this before we get further into it.
Can I ask you a question? How tall is the cell phone tower out here? The radio, and how tall are cell phone towers? My question would be, is there any possibility that someone might be able to say, we've got this 84-foot light tower and we can put some cell phone antennas on that?
Anybody can propose anything at that point. These would be something that would be on township property and would need approval from the commissioners, is what this ordinance is specifically addressing.
We have a cell phone ordinance that would cover that, right?
Yeah. That's partially for those little repeaters that we're going to be on, potentially on utility poles.
Okay, let's go ahead and take public comment. Any comments from the public?
Well, maybe no one is concerned about the existing
Okay,
lighting.
thank you.
I just have an additional question. As it relates to spillage, I mean, are there lighting protections, spillage, lighting requirement for spillage into residential properties?
We typically look at half a foot candle at the property line. We're not always going to be able to achieve that depending on the field and the location of the field. So we really look at, and when we're designing these, and again, these are going to be on township property, so this is something that the township would be responsible for, that we're not lighting areas that don't need to be lit and wasting energy. So we're going to make sure that we're very conservative from the amount of light that is used, as well as from the height of the fixtures.
But is there something stopping you from, putting up the lights if there's too much spillage? Is there some kind of foot candle regulation at the property line?
There's nothing specific in our codes, no. But something that we worked into here was that half a foot candle, unless it's otherwise approved.
Okay, so the half a foot candle is the protection
Correct.
at the property line. Yeah, that's pretty good.
In terms of the physical design, they have like shields and so forth that they can put down there to direct it. So from a technical perspective, they can do it. The issue is,
Just want to make sure they're required to do it.
understood, but physically they can, and they will.
Okay.
I had one question for staff. In the other ordinances you looked at, Kevin, were there any setback requirements at all for the lights?
I don't recall that issue as I was reviewing ordinances and as I've prepared these in the past, something that has come up.
So what will the approval process be for this? Because it says that they will not exceed 85 feet, that the foot candle reading won't be in excess of 0.5 unless otherwise approved by the Board of Commissioners. I mean, what's that otherwise approved by the Board of Commissioners? What's the process by which someone's going to be able to put these lights up? I mean, it seems pretty straightforward that it's PLU, so you think, oh, it's township-owned, township's putting it up, but we have private-public partnerships now. So in fact, it's very likely that private schools who are utilizing public land will be putting these up. So what's that process for approval? Because I have notes from back in when we did this in September that perhaps we should have it as a conditional use, or the new figures should perhaps be by conditional use or special exception, so that neighbors would have an added protection of being able to raise concern, because it seems very vague to me, unless otherwise approved by the Board of Commissioners. By what process? Or operation of the light shall be limited to 10:30 unless otherwise approved by the township. What's the process there?
Well, regarding the light fixtures, if an applicant wanted to come in, and it was not the township, or even if it was the township, it would be an agenda item on a commissioner's agenda where detailed specifications on the location, number, size, and types of field lighting that would be proposed would be discussed and voted on from the commissioner's standpoint. And those would be the issues that would be in front of the commissioners at a public meeting. So that's how the approval process would go, and there would be a formal vote.
So it would be a resolution with with a separate introduction at one meeting, and then the resolution approval at the next meeting?
That's how the voting has been going. So I could assume it could take another form or fashion, but typically we've been handling those as resolutions.
And this notion of operation will be limited to 10:30 p.m. unless otherwise approved by the township. Who at the township?
That would either be myself or the township manager. I don't think either of us would operate, or at least I would not operate without having a conversation with him first. If there was a specific issue that needed to be addressed for a specific event that needed to go past 10:30, we would weigh those options. I would make a recommendation, and we'd go from there.
And the final question, the way that this reads, township property, is this going to specifically exclude or include Radnor Township School District properties?
Radnor Township, not the school district. Radnor Township properties.
So could we specify that and say Radnor Township properties?
If that is something that you wanted to include in your recommendation, we can forward that to the commissioners.
You know, I noticed that 2 out of the 3 steps over the line have to be approved by the commissioners or staff. And I'm thinking that why do we have to make that 85 feet a by right, especially after the existing lights are 80? Maybe we should be looking at 75 feet unless approved by the commissioners, or I would say by the commissioners. It's odd that it's a by right and the other 2 aren't.
The lights in general, again, as an application would come in front of the commissioners, those specifics would be discussed. So in essence, the 85 feet is a maximum cap. So the commissioners could approve something less than that, but the 85 feet would be a maximum cap. And if an applicant wanted to go beyond that, then they would have to go in front of the zoning hearing board.
Question, this, if somebody owned, like Archbishop Carroll owns fields, they could put up when it was 150 feet tall, is that correct?
38 feet.
So they're 38 feet, but this is on township property. Oh, except for, right. I'm sorry, I misread.
So am I wrong in assuming that if you have lights less than 85 feet and you meet all of the 2 through 5, that you can't just go ahead and put them in, there's a process still involved?
There's still a process. If the lights exceed 38 feet, then you would need, and if it was on Radnor Township property, the commissioners would need to approve it, subject to conditions 1 through 5, unless there was one of those sections that the commissioners, for the half a foot candle, wanted to, for a specific situation, exceed that.
So in all cases, it's to be approved, as Susan was saying, we're looking at what is that process, and why isn't that process spelled out in this? Does it not need to be, or should it be?
I don't think it needs to be. If it's something that the commissioners are approving, it needs to be done at a public meeting. So at that standpoint, since it's anything in excess of 38 feet for sports field lighting on township property, would need to be approved by the commissioners at a public meeting.
I guess what I'm thinking is I'd be a little more comfortable with this if it were spelled out, but I may be wrong. How do other people feel about that?
Well, I think the presumption is that because it's township property, that the commissioners are going to approve their own applications for lights. That's
But the point is you want people to get a chance to go in and object if they want to, and they will have that chance to do that.
And again, and looking around, I'm getting reminded of the private-public partnerships that are starting to exist on our public land.
But
So
then
it's-
you're not talking about the commissioners approving their own thing. It's more of somebody
my-
else is coming in, and it's going to go through the process.
That's kind of my point, is so that, do we, so just to be clear that there is going to be a public process. I mean, I read this as a public process. The notes that I had about conditional use or special exception were, back 4 months ago when we didn't have very much detail. And, this, Kevin, thank you. The specifics that you've added here were exactly the kind of conditions that we asked for a few months ago, so I appreciate that. There's a height limit here, there's a time limit here, and that was exactly the expansion that it was way too vague in the September version. I personally don't think we should be exceeding what we already have at the high school, because that light extends, that's a lot of light pollution at the high school, and they're only 80 feet. And some of our public land is much, much, much closer to residential properties than the high school. The high school has got lots of buffer and onto Lancaster Avenue, and it's a lot of light pollution.
So why don't you make a suggestion?
I'm going to make a motion or an amendment.
An emotion.
A motion to amend E1 to 80 feet.
Well, if the existing 80 feet is bad,
Well,
But those lights are not as sophisticated.
I mean, I will give them the benefit of the doubt that
because of the
that the
shielding.
lighting, that with the additional conditions that have been placed here about lights and foot candle measurements, and a time limit for them, because I know that the high school lights are on a heck of a lot later than this, on a regular basis. So with the additional protections that have been placed here, that's a good thing in my opinion. So I would recommend that we would approve this amended to E1 saying shall not exceed 80 feet. And I wanted to make a further amendment that that E, building height, will read, except for sports field lighting on Radnor Township, capitalized, property. And those are my two amendments.
By the school district?
No,
They're separate.
That's covered.
Okay.
Do you have a
This was
second?
about township property.
Second? Oops, sorry.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Regina, do you have something?
Before we formalize that, so let me just understand this correctly. You wanted to say Radnor Township property, meaning that it does not include school district property.
The
Is
inference
that
here
what you're
is,
saying?
that's right. The inference here is that it's just township property, not school district property. So the current limits for lights, sports field lighting, right now is 38 feet. If the school district, and I know that they did go to the zoning hearing board, that's how they put the lights on at the stadium. The facilities, director of facilities at the school district was not clear, was not certain, could not say one way or the other, how it is that the tennis court lights and the softball field lights got to be exceeding 38 feet. Yeah, we're not changing the process for the school district.
Well, what is the process for the school
They
district?
would have to go to zoning hearing board if they wanted something higher than 38 feet.
So I guess this is a philosophical question, is if it's okay for our township property, then why is it not okay for our school district property if it's going to ultimately, regardless, go in front of the Board of Commissioners? And as well, how is it that we're holding some other properties to a different standard?
Those are all fair comments. Many of the schools are in much closer proximity to residential. And if we were going to extend this to the school district, then I would feel a heck of a lot more strong about conditional use or special exception as the process for this, for exceeding 38 feet. I already feel that way now, but I'm not going to push it.
Do keep in mind what this is reading is no building or structure shall exceed 38 feet except for sports field lighting on Radnor Township property, which has been approved by the Board of Commissioners. That's literally what the text says. If it's anywhere else, I mean, it has to be approved by the Board of Commissioners. Now, does any lighting, if the township wanted to put up 35-foot lighting, 37-foot height lighting, they wouldn't even need to go to the Board of Commissioners, right?
I guess I'm wondering what the goal is here. The goal is to streamline the process
Do you really want to know the
for
goal?
the township to work on their own properties. I mean, I just feel like if we're going to say that this is okay anywhere, it's on township property. Any properties we own as a township are adjacent to residential. I mean, that's not really any different for school district.
Regina, we have private-public partnerships that are occurring in the township now. And so there's now going to be more impetus to want to put up sports field lighting. And as our zoning currently reads, they are limited to 38 feet, period. So this will allow a process for them to put up something higher than 38 feet.
So currently, there's no avenue for that whatsoever. They don't go before zoning and ask for that.
Yes,
That's not
currently
a
they
thing.
would go before zoning, the same way the high school would.
Yeah, but I guess to Regina's point, Kevin, why are we just giving it to us and the township and not everybody else?
We feel as the township that we should have the ability to light our athletic fields. Unfortunately, the code does not permit us to do that, so we would have to make application as the township to the Township Zoning Hearing Board to get relief from our own ordinances.
I guess
And if
I don't
we were-
understand why we're excluding the school
Right.
properties from that process.
Well, no. Can we finish with this first? I guess I'm a little confused. So, right now, we're not allowed to do it. We're not allowed to exceed 38 feet, correct?
Correct.
And the school district's not allowed to exceed 38 feet.
Any
So I
property
guess-
owner is not permitted to exceed 38 feet.
Okay, so to Regina's point, why are we not just passing this as a township ordinance? Why are we limiting it just to township property?
The draft initially has it as township property. If you feel strongly enough that you want to open this up to all properties or all athletic fields, that can be part of your recommendation. Staff's recommendation is to include this as part of township property in that process. All other applicants not on Radnor Township property would need to follow the course of the zoning hearing board.
Now, to this, I mean, I think you've got a great point. It doesn't seem fair, but I'm somewhat reluctant to open up a whole can of worms and open it up to everything, because that's a whole other exercise, and I just assume, I guess, either pass it not at all or pass it in a limited fashion with just the township. But
I will say this, and if it's not a township property, any applicant, whether it's an institution, a private institution, or the school district, can appeal to the zoning hearing board for any height light. That is one reason to perhaps consider changing this across the board. But Steve, I agree with you. It feels like a big can of worms to open. But the reason I say that is that, so an applicant could come in and ask for 100-foot lights as part of the zoning approval process.
200-foot lights.
200-foot lights.
Whatever.
This is limiting that. Under this scenario, the most they would get is 85.
Right.
And
the
I think
difference-
maybe to your point, Regina, maybe the other part of this is, the township property is theoretically for use of the full township and everybody in all the residents of the township. So but it's not specific to one institution that is a for-profit or quasi-profit organization. So this is to theoretically benefit the entire township.
And the other point, to Regina's point that I'd like to make, is that if the school district or private property puts up lights and goes through the process and puts up the lights and the township has an issue with them, we can't take them down. If the township puts up lights and the township has an issue with them or they don't work out or the residents are miserable, we can take them down. It's our lights.
Yeah, I do see the difference there. I guess what I'm thinking is every taxpayer is going to pay the expense for the school district to go through that process. And if we want to save that expense for taxpayers, we should save it across the board. It's either going to get approved or denied by the Board of Commissioners based on what the Board of Commissioners wants to do. It's not that the school district would then have the ability to put them in regardless of this, the township's interests. I don't know how you guys feel about that. If the township interests are being protected by the Board of Commissioners, then why would we not extend this to the school district in order to facilitate the same streamlined process, cost effectiveness?
They are different entities, the township and the school district. Yes, we're in a situation where our township borders are the same as the school district, but they don't have the same relationship.
I guess what I'm asking, is this to save money? Is this process to save money for the township? What is the goal?
It's to streamline the process to allow the appropriate use of township athletic fields during periods of time where you can't do that without lights.
Does the township contemplate renting the fields to private companies?
Those discussions have not come up as part of the creation of this ordinance. This ordinance was created as a result of something that staff felt was something that was missing and limited the reasonable use of township facilities by the township population, and this is something that we brought in front of you as a recommendation.
Can we get a motion?
You have a motion on the floor.
Can we repeat the motion?
That was Sue's motion.
I move that we approve the ordinance as written with the following amendments, that the E1 read maximum height of the light standard shall not exceed 80 feet.
Inclusion of township.
Pardon?
The inclusion of the word.
And the inclusion of the word except, and in E, building height, except for sports field lighting on Radnor Township capitalized property. That was my amendment.
Thank you.
Second the motion?
All in favor?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
just one. There's some tweaks to the language here. It doesn't have to do with the actual substance of the ordinance, but if you do make a recommendation, I'd like to be able to talk to Kevin about the language before it goes to the board. Does the Planning Commission have any problem with that?
No.
No.
Thank you.
What language, what kind of issues? It's a matter of my interest.
We're talking about language, not issues.
Well,
The use of the symbols FC. I would like to know if that's defined or stated what that means anywhere. If not, I'd like to have it say foot candle.
fine,
So it's on that level of detail.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is ordinance number 2012-09. This we've seen several times. This is the outdoor dining, which has come back to us with some a couple of changes that the commissioners put in after our initial approval. Kevin, you wanted to take us through those changes?
Absolutely. This ordinance has been in front of you numerous times. We had this introduced, and we're ready for a vote on getting ready to introduce the ordinance. And there was a revision made to subsection 10 on page 4 to remove the setback from the zoning district line in case of a split parcel and move it back to the property line. So if you had a commercial property that was split zone, the setback was measured from the property line since the entire property is part of the commercial use. As a result of that, and as a result of seeing comments coming in from the county, there were a few other changes that were made, and I can go through all of those changes page by page so that you know what specifically was changed. On page 2, subsection A2, there were some changes made regarding the sidewalk width, just to further clarify that the 48-inch is a clear width and is subject to other building and accessibility code requirements.
And that accessibility is handicapped accessibility? Is that what you mean?
Correct, yes.
All right.
On page 4, section 5, under roof coverings, we struck out when umbrellas are used to satisfy this requirement in lieu of just those on page 4, subsection 5, roof coverings. All of the subsections below that, A, B, C, and D, had applied to just umbrellas. We thought it was important to strike that and apply that to all roof coverings. So those were some minor changes there. We also added that tents would not be permitted over an outdoor dining area. We didn't think it was appropriate to have on a seasonal basis tents going up, that an awning or an umbrella was more appropriate for that. So we added that as a change. Subsection 10 below that on page 4 and on to page 5 discusses the setback from the property line and not from the zoning district boundary line for those split zoned parcels. Subsection 12 on page 5 was a result of a comment from the Delaware County Planning Commission, who suggested that we include exterior heating systems. As a result, there are some specific requirements in the building code and the fire code regarding separation and the use of portable heating systems. So we updated the language to include those recommendations for safety and access along and through outdoor dining areas that have outdoor heating. And then as a result of that, with the possibility of having some outdoor heaters in these areas, it kind of focuses the review from my department when an application is submitted. So on page 6, section E, regarding the process for an outdoor dining permit, we revised that so that we're looking at it early on to make sure that there's no issues before the applicant goes through a whole process and expense of going through the design review board, that we're looking at it preliminarily to make sure that there's no big issues so that we don't waste an applicant's time or money going to the design review board and seeking other approvals if there are some big ticket issues with the building or fire code. So we made some revisions there as well. And those are the changes.
I had a question. Page 4, number 8, the number of outdoor dining seats should be limited to a maximum of 25% of the total number of indoor seats. However, no more than 50 outdoor seats shall be brought in any one restaurant.
What page do you want, Doug?
Page 4.
Thank you.
Item 8. Could somebody arbitrarily call something 2 different restaurants so they can get more than 50 seats out front? Not that that's likely to happen.
I guess the only way that could happen is if you had 2 restaurants right next to each other, but each restaurant would only be limited to the 25% rule or the 50, and we monitor that through the seat licenses as part of the dining permit itself. So each restaurant has a certain number of seats that are permitted in accordance with the food code.
All right, and refresh my memory, right above that is parking. How come we have the outdoor seats, 1 to 12 additional seats, we don't require any parking spaces at all? I know we talked about this before. What was the rationale again?
To allow a minimal amount of outdoor dining for restaurants without having the burden of providing additional parking, to keep it as a true accessory use. The thought being is that most restaurants that are going to employ this would not, A, have the ability to provide additional parking, and B, are going to have an offset as when the outdoor dining seats are being used, the indoor seats are not going to be used. It's not always going to be the case, especially initially as restaurants first start opening with the outdoor dining, but as it gets through a season or two, that there was some parameters to provide outdoor dining without having to provide additional parking.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you.
Any comments on the new wording, new changes?
Well, I'm going to go back to 10. It's on page 4.
Okay.
Because I don't know when or how it got added that outdoor dining is permitted in the front, side, and rear yards, and I'm sure it got talked about somewhere, but it wasn't in the meeting we had in September, so I'm wondering if we saw this after September. When? I just can't remember the month. Was it November? Oh, it was. Yeah.
I know we saw it a few times.
We have seen it a few times, and there's still a couple of things that are stickers for me, and here they are, in a nutshell, quick nutshell. I've never understood why we make the distinction about single-family residences in this. If somebody has a 2-family or a 3-family, which, by the way, is way more likely in some of these areas that are likely to have the outdoor dining.
Two is added in this version, 2-family.
But multifamily, like a 3,
Well, they
the
didn't
3.
go to multi, but they did go to 2. That's an addition.
So that was troublesome to me, and that was one. But then also the wording, and I have to look at it, where the outdoor dining can be in the setback. We don't let anybody do stuff in the setback. Why are we letting people have dining and noise in the setback of a property?
Well, they're already doing it in the front setback. But you're talking about the side and the rear?
Yes.
I don't know how we got to that either, that particular thing.
I don't think that, I didn't see
We're
the
allowing
meeting.
it because we were trying to allow outdoor dining, and we're providing the protection that the setback would provide by giving a 100-foot setback as part of the ordinance.
But I think the setback got changed again.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was 100 feet.
Of the property.
The only change to the
No. It got changed again from the edge of the property line to the dwelling unit located in the property line. So if there's a lot without a building, they don't get the 100 feet protection.
No, it says a property line
Of a dwelling unit. So if you have a property without a dwelling unit, what's the protection?
Who are you protecting?
A future builder, somebody who wants to put a
But then there'll be a
house.
dwelling unit.
But if they get, it should be from the property line of the residential property line, period, whether or not there's a dwelling there currently. Because if they want to build a house, at some point, if the outdoor dining goes in, if I own an empty lot right now, outdoor dining can go in closer to my property than if I have a house built there already.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
It's gone. We talked about this 2 months ago, and it's back in here, that lack of protection.
I think I was reading it as, if there's an empty lot, you could have outdoor dining, as long as you're not within 100 feet of the next residence. And if a residence went in there, things would change.
Wouldn't know those people would get to keep their outdoor dining.
Yeah,
They'd be grandfathered.
Grandfathered, yeah. So,
No, that's good.
I just think the property line of a residential, of the residential zone, the property line of the property. Of the residential lot. Just the property line, then doesn't matter.
The language that's currently in there is more restrictive than what you previously saw made a recommendation on. Previously, it was from the zoning district boundary line. So if you had a residential property with or without a dwelling unit on it, and it was split zone, so a portion of that property was zoned commercial, then that 100 feet would be taken from the zoning district boundary line. In this language, it would be taken from the property line of that dwelling unit, and not from the split zoned.
What happens if you say within 100 feet of the property line of A and then jump all the way to residential zoning district?
Well, isn't another issue is that there are some residences that are now zoned commercial that would be affected by outdoor dining?
If they're zoned commercial, it wouldn't be.
well,
If their use is commercial and they're residentially zoned, then it would be
It might
an
be a
issue.
residential use within less than 100 feet from a restaurant because it predates the zoning code. It could be an old residence.
But right here, we're saying, either way, we're saying residential zoning district. So you have to be within a residential zoning district to be protected by this language.
Kevin, I don't understand how what you're saying is more protective than 100 feet of a residential zoning district, which was the version that we had in November.
If you had a residential property that was split zoned, partially residential, partly commercial, the 100-foot would have been measured from the zoning district line, not from the property line. We're now moving it further away from the dwelling unit, closer towards the commercial, so that it's measured from the property line and not from the zoning district boundary line.
But if you're not a split zone, then you don't have.
Then it's still from the
the former
property
version
line.
is more. Pardon?
If it's not split zoned and the zoning district is on the property line, and it's still measured from the property line.
Well, Kevin, what can we do to protect those, that situation where you might have an empty lot next to outdoor dining that may later have a dwelling on it? How can we protect that? Because that's our main concern now. Because that's
Kevin,
not
did
about
you-
split
did you-
zoning.
I think he just said it's, if there is no, if it's not split zoning and it's residential zoning, it's 100 feet from the line, right?
But this only if there's a dwelling unit
Is that
on
what he
it.
just said?
Only if there's a dwelling unit on it.
I'm saying is if you just remove the portion that says dwelling unit located completely or partially within, if you remove that whole thing and you say 100 feet of the property line of a residential zoning district. So it's the property line, not the boundary line. And then you're talking about a residential zoned district. So if it's the property line, not the boundary itself, it would include the entire property. That's, even if it's only partially. Does that work?
No. But what I think you would want to say is, however, no outdoor dining area shall be established within 100 feet of a lot located completely or partially within a residential zoning district. That would be probably the most. The lot, and so any lot that's fully or partially located in a residential district, the outdoor dining area would have to be a minimum of 100 feet away from the boundary lines, all boundary lines of that lot. So even if that lot was split zoned,
You'd be okay.
it would be, what would happen was, it would actually be, you'd have to be 100 feet away from the property line, that lot line, in the commercial district even.
I think
So-
that's the more protective way to
That's
approach
probably
it.
the most protective way you could do it.
Somebody brought to my attention, one of the people who will probably make public comment, that the one thing that's missing in this that I can't find, if maybe Kevin you can point it out to us because I glanced and couldn't find it, is that nowhere does it specifically state that the outdoor dining has to be adjacent to the building. And follow me on this. Do we want a building that has a driveway and then their outdoor dining is like a patio area across the driveway, such that people are picking up food and going over to a picnic table, but they're walking across the parking lot, or waitresses and waiters are walking across a parking lot or a driveway to service and bus food? That I think, if I were to take a guess, I think are implicitly we all thought this would be right outside the building, but it's not actually explicitly stated in here. Unless I'm not seeing it and Kevin can point it out to me.
No, that is not specifically regulated, nor did staff feel that that was something that we wanted to get involved in and how a particular business wanted to choose to operate their establishment. Thought that was something that was a little bit too far-reaching, telling a particular restaurant how and where to locate things. Things obviously need to be done in a safe manner. There are other codes, setbacks, and things like that that regulate that, but getting into the operation wasn't something that staff felt was something that we wanted to get into.
Now, would it be, I'm thinking bizarre stuff here. Suppose you have a restaurant and.
It's going to be a long night, Doug. Don't get too dark.
You have a front yard, side, backyard, and the side, and then you have a driveway. And I'm thinking like of, what's the pizza place next to the old Suburban building? Suppose that, Bravo. And suppose there had been a 20-foot wide space where the Suburban building is, whatever it's called now. And it's across the driveway, they could use that. It's not immediately adjacent, but it certainly falls within the realm of that if they had control of that.
If it was on the same parcel as the principal restaurant use, then yes, they can locate it, provided they met the other setback requirements. We're not proposing that we dictate to a restaurant how and where they locate their outdoor dining area.
Okay, now suppose in that similar situation that the driveway was their property, but beyond the driveway was a public right-of-way like a sidewalk. Now you're out into the, the common area. All right, I guess you wouldn't. The thing I'm looking at here is on page 2, item 2, the second sentence says, where the dining area extends into the public sidewalk or right-of-way, the following shall apply. That wording almost implies that it's a continuous extension, that there's no break or barrier other than the wall of the building. And that's not much to hang our hats on if we want to say it's got to be immediately adjacent. But.
Well, that's if we want to say it. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine to leave it the way it is. I don't think we need to micromanage. I mean, I don't see any reason why not to, but I'm just one person.
Under these guidelines, can you operate an outdoor dining space on property that's not owned by that same building, or no? Does it say that in here? Does it say it has to be on that same property?
It has to be established on the quote-unquote same premises as the indoor restaurant. So you can't own a restaurant and then a half a block away rent out an empty lot and say, okay, I'm going to establish my outdoor dining here. No, it has to be on the same premises as the restaurant.
Do you want to go to public comment, and then we'll continue board discussion? Public comment? We already took them out.
Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill. There's there are a couple pieces of this that confuse me, and they directly affect Garrett Hill. It would be a situation in Garrett Hill. One is that outdoor dining is seasonal, but nowhere in here does it talk about temporary outdoor dining. And so that's one issue. The other is, it says here
Excuse me, sorry.
Sure.
I'm not sure what you're...
Well, let me give you a specific instance. Flippin' Bailey had an event this fall to benefit dogs in Phoenixville, something like that. And in their parking lot, they set up outdoor dining. Now, I called Kevin or John Fisher, and it had been talked about. It actually, we were told it was so kids could crayon outside because they couldn't be in the bar. But what's to prevent an establishment like Flippin' Bailey's from setting up temporarily outdoor dining? Because you don't talk about temporary here, you talk about seasonal.
Yeah,
it's just a question.
No, but I guess to answer the question is to get an outdoor, you need a permit.
If they go through the process.
You have to go through a permit process.
The permit, I mean, I believe you'd have to get a special exception. So, I mean, it's not a trivial matter to get this done. I mean, if someone wants to go through all those hoops to, have outdoor dining for one day, and what they're proposing meets all the requirements of this ordinance, they're allowed to do that.
There's actually a temporary special event permit application process that we do regularly for larger scale properties. Any property could be subject to that. However, we wouldn't allow the parking lot to be utilized in that fashion.
Well, that was going to be my other question.
We
is
wouldn't
they-
allow, required off-street parking to be taken up for that type of event.
Because they took up their handicapped parking was gone for that day in order to have the event. The other piece that sort of concerns me, there are really only two places in Garrett Hill that you could have outdoor dining. One is at Flippin' Bailey in the side yard, but it would be in the parking lot. And the other is Ward Catering, happens to have a little bit of grass between the sidewalk. But to get back to Flippin' Bailey, and the situation, which they may or may not be able to do, but even temporarily, is the street, a public road, divides it. Well, in Garrett Hill, the house diagonally across the street is 20 feet away. So we have fought noise in Garrett Hill ever since the days of the Brick Bar and got as many restrictions as we could, but noise really flows. So I understand in principle, but I think in practicality in smaller neighborhoods, the fact that the public road is going to say, well, tough, your house may be 20 feet away, but it's exactly across the street from it, becomes a noise issue and an irritating issue to the neighbors. And I just wanted to raise those two issues, because I know there was a movement to try and get Garrett Hill out of this, because we only have 4-foot sidewalks, so nobody can have dining except unless they get really creative with it. But it's so close. It's such a tight neighborhood, and we're right on top of each other that it's a concern I have. Thank you.
The beginning part of 10, where we just say no outdoor dining should be established within 100 feet of the lot located partially or completely within a residential zoning district, doesn't that supersede the whole being across the yard by a street by a public road?
Where is this being across a public road?
It's the last part of 10 of.
The part about the immediately adjacent.
Bottom of page 4 and the top of page 5. That's just, the way I read this is that outdoor dining cannot be within 100 feet of the lot within a residential zoning district. The rest of that is all about the side or rear of the principal building, blah, blah, blah.
Susan, the way I read 10 is, if you wanted to simplify it, you could break it up into like 10A, outdoor dining shall be permitted in the front, side, and rear yards. 10B, no outdoor dining area shall be established within 100 feet of, the lot line of, located blah, 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 blah. 10C would be outdoor dining areas shall not be permitted at the rear or side, and the entire rest of that section would be 10C. So the last sentence, for the purposes of this section, arguably that only applies to the preceding sentence and not to the entire section, because the first two sentences don't mention immediate adjacent, so it wouldn't apply to them. So,
I completely agree. That's why I was saying that Sarah's concerned about a house that's across the street, separated by 20 feet, still has the protection, because the first sentence in 10 is the protection, period.
Is the protection, period. And in fact, looking at this, I would probably recommend deleting, for the purposes of this section, that language, because it kind of confuses things up and makes it appear that that sentence applies to the whole section when really it doesn't.
But you had also kind of reworded that for us earlier.
Yes.
So we'll get there. Okay.
Hi, Baron Gemmer, South Wayne Avenue. It may be a little late in the game here, but one of the suggestions that was made for other ordinances is that we go through section by section. So if I mention 3 sections, you might comment on the last one, and we kind of lose some of the thoughts on that. So please tell me. I'm going to actually go to some of the simpler ones just to see if I can get some answers, and then we'll move from there. On page 6, letter C, I brought this up before, and I just want to see if I can finally get an answer. The clause there talks about for non-conforming use, but the word existing is in there, and I'm still not clear about why this clause would be any different without the word existing in there. Is there a purpose for that as opposed to just a licensed food establishment? Typically, when you put this in here, you might say existing at the time of this ordinance or some other stipulation, but if you took the word existing out, is it trying to do something beyond?
This section is regarding regulations from existing licensed facilities.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Outdoor
clear.
dining shall be permitted by special exception in all other zoning districts. And then it says, as an existing licensed non-conforming, and I still haven't figured out what the purpose of existing is in there.
Baron, arguably you're right.
Okay.
But putting existing in there helps lock it down. So it helps prevent people arguing maybe that they have a non-conforming use that hasn't been quote-unquote abandoned, but it's not in actual existence. It just makes it a little stricter and easier to defend.
The reason I bring that up is typically when I see that there's existing as of a certain point in time, and that's why I wanted to make sure there wasn't another intent that was being lost by the way I was reading
I don't
it.
believe there is. Please
Okay.
continue.
All right. Back on page 2, and this, I don't know if this has been changed because these aren't attached, but one of the other points I brought up, the figure references, again, 13 through 18 that are peppered throughout this, those specifically say WBOD because they're left over from outdoor dining in the WBOD. So I don't know if these are going to be new figures or read. They're the same.
That's a housekeeping item, Baron. Can you let them work that out?
Yeah, we have actually looked at that. It's fine as it is written. Those figures do apply to WBOD, and we're referencing those figures as they were established for WBOD. It does not need to change.
Thank you.
Okay. Back in this, you've discussed it to some extent. The access that Susan was bringing up between the primary restaurant and the outdoor dining. And when you look at some of the changes that were made here based upon the heaters, because there's regulations based upon what you can do with heaters for public safety and everything. And I don't think it's micromanaging to say that pedestrian access between the main restaurant and the outdoor dining shouldn't cross parking spaces, driveways, parking aisles like that. I think that's common sense. I think between the wait staff and the customers, I think you're doing a disservice, particularly when you get to someplace like the St. David's shopping center, where theoretically they could set up picnic tables, 100 feet across the parking lot over by the St. David's condos, where you're having people, crossing large swaths of vehicle traffic to get there. So I urge you to reconsider that and think about putting in some language there, because we do have other safety language in there relating to like the heaters, for example. Back on page 4, the discussion you had in terms of changing to the suggested language by Peter does address the vacant properties, does address the not only 1 or 2 family, but the multi-family dwellings, because that is important. The one thing that didn't get addressed, which was brought up, was the non-conforming residential and commercial. And you have quite a bit of that, particularly in CO, where it actually was residential to begin with, then it was zoned out from under them, and actually there's a clause in CO that talks about converting to non-residential from there. So the one protection you don't have is the folks that are perfectly existing on their own, minding their own business, residential in commercial, and are grandfathered in. They can't make a change, but now something can happen next to them without any help from their own, and particularly again in CO, which is near WBOD and perhaps C1 kind of thing, you run into that. Along the lines of also what Peter was saying, so the 100 feet of of the property line of, and I'll paraphrase, I'm not trying to be exact, of any property that contains residential zoning. That's, you know, it misses that one part, but at least it gets the existence. It can't be within 100. I would suggest not deleting what Peter was referring to as 10C, I guess, in terms of where the property was located. I call the one existence. You can't exist within 100 feet of whatever you decide. The other is the location, that you can't be, let me make sure I get this right here. Sorry, it's on the prior page. At the rear or the side of the principal building. I would suggest you could leave that in, and whatever, again, if it's the criteria is a lot that contains residential, just put in criteria that says that it has to be separated from that same entity you're talking about, either by a road or by some other distance greater than 100 feet, let's say 150 or 200 feet. I think immediately adjacent is just a vague term. If you have a property that's right next to it and the house is 500 feet away, is that immediately adjacent to the building, and therefore the outdoor dining has to be in the, you know, to the front of the building? I just, in looking at when these new ordinances come up, it's obviously much more attractive to see something that's more clear and easily measurable, as opposed to, you know, some term like immediately adjacent that's subject to review by developers or, you know, restaurateurs or the zoning hearing board. And lastly, what I'd like to bring up is, I believe a point that I heard Susan bring up too, is the beginning of 10, which yes was on here in your November meeting about outdoor dining should be permitted in the front, side, and rear yards. No other commercial use is permitted in those. And I know we've heard about outdoor dining is already in front yard setbacks. That's not true. WBOD, which is where outdoor dining exists now, doesn't have a front yard. It has a build-to line. There's no such thing as a front yard, so it doesn't exist in front yards now. And to look at these areas where you have C1, C2, planned business even, where now they can have a business activity where they couldn't have one before, and even worse, it's not enclosed. And if you're up against one of these commercial properties where you have a grandfathered-in residence, I mean, in C1 and C2, there's nothing to prevent outdoor dining from being right on the property line. Now, side yard, rear yard, you know, subject to these other provisions. So if you have a C1 next to a CO, woe to the residents that lives in the CO, because this outdoor dining can be right on the property line. In planned business, it can be 30 feet away from the property line. It just has to have if it's a residential district, there's a buffer there. So this is a major thing to starting allowing business activities in setbacks. I think Susan was saying, you know, you look at residents, you know, they can't put swimming pools or things within, you know, front yard setbacks. And so to allow business with an outdoor activity that's going till 10 p.m., generating noise and everything, I think is pretty major. You know, the more restrictive would be make them do it within the buildable area of whichever the setbacks determine. But that's. And that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Evening, Nick Cornelia, Oakford Road. I'm actually here as treasurer of the Wayne Italian American Club, located on Conestoga Road in West Wayne, and also a member of the board of directors. Just like to refer again to page 4. The IAC is a split zoning district, so it's commercial for the most part, but the back portion of it is residential. So that whole discussion regarding residential lots does affect the IAC. The way the wording currently exists, the IAC would comply. But if you're going to say that you can't have it on a lot that's zoned residential or split zone, which is really the effect of the language, I think actually unintended by Peter, that means the IAC could not have their outdoor dining in the front. You may know right now there's a little patio area that they use for the smokers now since they've made the IAC non-smoking. But that area is the area they're intending to maybe put some seats out for outdoor dining. And since it's a split zone, that lot then becomes part of the lot that is in the residential area, so they wouldn't be permitted at all to have, the the outdoor dining. Perhaps language could be that to the effect that a lot line adjacent to a lot in a residential area that would protect those areas that are split zoned. A lot line adjacent to a lot in a residential area. Follow me? That way, that's the difference in that, since, again, using the IAC as an example, we're talking about the lot, in this case, behind it, which, they're more than 100 feet. It's just, if you included the IAC as a split zone lot, then they would fall within it and not be permitted. The other thing on that, too, and I'm not certain how it affects it, but when you go across the road, if it could be 100 feet, remember property lines in Radnor go to the middle of the road. So that's technically where your lot starts, is in the middle of the road. So I'm not really certain how that would affect it, but I don't see the harm if you have outdoor dining and you're separated by a road. I don't know why there would be harm, and what you're really protecting due to the fact that it is separated by a road and be separated from the residents by a public road. And I just have one other comment, skipping from 10 to 7, and I think, or number 8 actually, section 8. I think that was done so that large restaurant areas couldn't have a whole lot of seats. Again, in the case of the IAC, I think it may have 20-some seats. So under number 8, they would only be permitted perhaps 7 seats outdoor. I just would suggest that perhaps you go up to that section ahead of it and say that that the number of outdoor seats shall be limited to the greater of 12 seats or 25% of the total number of indoor seats in the associated principal use. So basically, you would be permitted to have between 12 or 25% if you're a larger type establishment. And they're the only comments that I have.
Say
it again.
Yeah, just say
number
that.
8, it was the smaller establishments are only permitted a couple seats.
That was the intention.
Well, I think it was wasn't the intention of the larger establishments to limit the number of seats for a larger establishment?
No, because then outdoor dining could become the principal use of a restaurant that only has 4 tables inside, but they could have 12 seats outside. A restaurant.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
As I said, in the IAC instance, I'm just using that as an example. They may have 27. I don't know how many bar seats they have inside. Maybe 27 or something, and just would severely limit the number of seats. It would have like 7 seats outside, which is kind of really minimal. To be able to be limited to 7 seats. But I see your case too, that you don't want someone who has 12 seats be permitted to have 12 seats.
We were trying to have it not become a principal. This is intended to be an accessory use, so that's where the calculation came. And the 50, at no point shall there be more than 50, actually had more to do with the large restaurants.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I have no problem with that. And perhaps, again, if the board would just consider maybe making it a higher percentage for the smaller type establishments. Still have a percentage, but maybe have it higher than being limited to 25%. Maybe you say 50% if the establishment has less than 24 seats or something of that nature.
My question to
or more than 24 seats.
To them, excuse me.
Any more public comment?
Hi, Jim Schneller. I live in St. David's, and there's plenty of potential around where I live for these sort of businesses. I wanted to comment that I agree with Mr. Cornelia's comment that maybe 30% or 50% would give the smaller business that might get a little boost without limiting them to 25% of their indoor seats. What if they have 10 or 20 indoor seats? And maybe summertime is pleasing for their kind of clientele. With 25%, you may actually make a cafe that's not quite aesthetic enough for somebody. So I think at 50%, you'd be opening it up without of course, establishing a principal use. I wanted to point out at number 9 on page 4 that there was a concern that there could be year-round activities, hot chocolate, Christmas time, sleigh rides, and that's why indeed the heating criteria have been so amply revised on page 5. So I don't know why it's limited March to November 30th at all. With all of the comments about side yard, front yard, and the 100-foot rule, you have to consider other business owners too. It shouldn't just be residential. And I think Barron's comment has a lot of validity because you don't know what the business on either side of you may think about what you're doing with the complete front yard occupied by seats till 10 o'clock every night. It could cost them business. There's a lot of, we can't universally accept a sidewalk cafe as a beautiful atmospheric addition when people have all kinds of views about it, and it depends completely on the configuration. The question, of course, being that my gripe is with the multi-dwelling not being here, an existing multi-dwelling, obviously, and of course the other dwelling proximity. How much do we want to encourage this after all? Is this something that we want to continue landlords to burgeon with? Radnor has some great establishments, but at some point we may be sorry that we encourage outdoor cafes. And especially, I left the most important to me for last, and I think to a lot of people, is there any way, I'm not certain, but is there any way to, in addition to saying outdoor bar service and or walk-up service for the sole purpose of the consumption of alcohol is prohibited, is there any way to add table seating for the sole purpose of consumption is prohibited? Because as the night progresses, you're talking about getting up to 50%, 75% of the clientele. Okay, they've eaten, but then a restaurant owner is not going to have any disincentive to let other people come in and have just alcohol without eating. There's not a lot of impetus to them. Thank you for the 10 o'clock limit, by the way. That's my comments.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Thank you.
My question was going to be to the people on my left. There's nothing that would stop any of these people from going through the process of going to the zoning hearing board and requesting something like that. Like the Italian American Club could say, because of the specific situation, we want to be able to have 20 people outside, right?
Yeah, they certainly could, yes. Any property owner or even tenant, if they have the permission of the property owner, has the right to apply for a variance from this zoning hearing board.
Right. So it's a pain in the butt, but it's not impossible to do.
And moreover, you already have to go to the zoning hearing board for special exception for this anyway. So in conjunction, you could ask for the variance of the seating. It's not as though if you didn't need the variance, you didn't have to go to zoning hearing board because it's special exception.
It's only special exception if it's a non-conforming restaurant use.
Oh, I understood this to be the process was special exception.
No, it's a permitted accessory use,
okay.
except for if you have a non-conforming restaurant use. We didn't want to exclude those restaurants, so we put a provision in there for special exception.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Can I just say something about the variance?
Go ahead.
Before the zoning hearing board a lot. To prove a variance would show unnecessary hardship, and basically that your property can't be used for the purposes contained. It'd be very, very difficult to get a variance on outdoor dining. I remember actually going for one years ago and getting turned down on it, not for the IC, but for a different. It will be very difficult to get a variance under strict legal grounds for outdoor dining.
Thank you.
Yes, my thought on the seating is for a smaller establishment, we don't want to exceed the number. I think the reasoning behind that was all about parking, wasn't it?
No, it was about, the beginning of this ordinance reads, this is meant to be an accessory use. When we start to let a restaurant that only has 4 or 8 or, 4, 10, or 8 seats have 50, then on top of that 50%, could have 50% of it outside, then outdoor dining ceases to be an accessory use and it will become a principal use. Or a major use, maybe, this is meant to be accessory too.
Did you want to add something, ma'am?
Tony Bailey, Conestoga Village. I just have a question, accessory use. So that means that in addition to what indoor eating, you also have an additional like 20% outdoor.
Yes.
Where is the accommodation for the additional parking?
In 7, number 7,
In
there's
number
a chart.
7 on page 4.
I'm just specifically thinking about Garrett Hill, Conestoga Road, Garrett Hill. Like, they have X amount of spaces for the indoor eating area. I don't...
Have to comply with the ordinance, and it does anticipate that they will need to provide parking for the outside. If you're rolling your eyes because they don't comply now, we're not in charge of enforcement here. We're only in charge of ordinances.
No, I'm not rolling my eyes for that. I'm just trying to conceptualize this.
They probably can't do it. I mean, they can, but I don't know how they're going to get rid of their parking. They probably don't have the ground to do it, and if they did, they probably don't have the parking to do it. But we don't know each specific property, so we can't really make that declaration.
Well, that's why I'm looking at Section 1, and it seems that this was right in Section 1 to amend what the Garrett Hill Coalition had done 2.5 years ago, to not have outdoor dining because there's no place for it.
There are many restrictions that will protect that. It's not that hasn't been considered.
Okay, yeah, that's just my question. I'm a little confused why it's in Section 1, why it's in there to be amended. That's my question.
We also can't anticipate future uses. If a place is torn down or rebuilt, or if a place is modified and restaurant and tables are torn down on the inside, and then they can accommodate it on the outside. We did discuss excluding Garrett Hill. It was the conventional wisdom and thought that we would just make one ordinance for the whole township. That's the direction we went, right, wrong, or indifferent, but that was the philosophy and the logic behind it.
Okay, I'm just stating that because it's such a small business area, and it's really surrounded by residents, so that's just my question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My comments are that, with all due respect to the IAC, I think this ordinance was meant to be crafted for the entire township, and that if individual circumstances or situations want to ask for exceptions, they should ask for exceptions, or variances rather. It seems that we need to focus maybe a little bit of time on 10. 10 is the sticky one. 10 is the sticking point, and then I'm forgetting the 2 things that Barron said, but one that is I agree with him, is that we're in here regulating health and safety with regard to the heating systems, and I don't think that it's overreaching to give some consideration to, because I think we all just assumed the dining would be adjacent to the building and that we wouldn't have waiters walking across a parking lot to service people. And so let's not just dismiss that out of hand because it wasn't already in here. It is something to think about. It's not an overreaching health and safety issue, just like the regulations for the heating system aren't an overreaching component. And there was one other thing he said that I forgot that I did agree with. Oh, the grandfathered the grandfathered or houses that have been rezoned into commercial. But again, I think that with some thought on 10, we can encompass all those things. And I think, the front yard and side yards, the beginning of it. Outdoor dining shall be permitted in the front, side, and rear yards. The way I was thinking we could get around the right word to say it, exclusive of, or as long as it doesn't extend into the setbacks. And in some districts there are no setbacks, and in other districts there are. So that you can have it in your front yard if it's not in your front yard setback. You can have it in your side yard if it's not in your side yard setback. And different districts have different setback requirements. WBOD has none. Garrett Hill might have some other. Or, alternatively, we could say that first sentence, as approved by the Board of Commissioners. Is there some way, because some properties it will absolutely make sense to let them have it in those yards, and in others it won't. 10 needs work.
When you talk about that clause, that implies it could be all four sides.
Maybe, can I just make a suggestion? Can we just everybody come out? Okay, Susan had 4 issues. Can we just all, different issues, everybody get all the issues out, and then we'll go bang through them one at a time? And so I don't have any additional issues, so.
Well, I guess I'm not sure why we added exterior heating systems to this.
The county recommended it, and the commissioners picked up on the idea. We didn't add it. That was at the commissioner level. This is the first time we've seen that. Kevin, do you know why the county added it?
I think the county felt that that was something that is typical of outdoor dining areas, and that was
an
attribute to the outdoor dining facilities. And the commissioners agreed with that. And since it was going through revisions to address some comments in subsection 10, had asked that that be included. And as part of including that, we know that there are existing building codes and the fire code that address portable outdoor heaters specifically, which is why we regulate outdoor heaters to some degree in here.
Can I, it would seem to me that...
Wait, I thought Regina was making sure.
Do we have that county review letter in here? Or?
I don't think so.
Because so you're telling us that they recommended we allow the heating, or they recommended we regulate it?
They recommended that we permit outdoor heaters within
allow
outdoor
and
dining.
Regulate.
They just said that to permit those. We thought it would be irresponsible to just permit those without identifying specific regulations so that all applicants knows what is expected of them before they come and submit an application.
I think the reason that came up is that it's the typical next step. If you pass this ordinance, the county's saying, it's going to come right back to you. People are going to want the heaters. Do it now. It's part of what's typically done in outdoor seating areas. It's the common thing to do. We had not thought about it. It hadn't occurred to us because it wasn't what we were envisioning. But it's a normal part of what people do who have outdoor seating. Therefore, put in your regulations.
I was thinking differently, that this was going to be seasonal for that reason, seasonal when the weather is appropriate for outdoor dining without any heating. I guess I was looking at it differently.
Well, it is seasonal. The dates are limited. I think it's March to November. But within that time period, even in the summer, you might want outdoor heating.
I guess when we extended those dates, the discussion around that was that the weather could permit outdoor dining during that time. I wasn't thinking weather could permit it with outdoor heating. I guess I was looking at it differently. So I was thinking this was not going to be heated. That was my view of it. But I guess, if everyone else is in support of that.
And my comment was going to tack on to that. If by doing this, what we're doing in effect is making it possible to lengthen the period of time during the year when you could have outdoor dining. If you set the right kind of heating system up outdoors, even if there aren't barriers, physical barriers around it, you could have an area that's 65 or 70 degrees outside and 5 feet away have a 10 degree or 20 degree day.
But
if you set it up right, I
understand
understand that.
What
but
other
then
issues do we have? Let's get all the issues out, all the different issues out, if we can just stay maybe on this track.
I don't have any different issues. I'm fine with the outdoor heaters, and I don't have a problem with the restaurant deciding to cross a parking lot area or a road area.
Okay.
I believe that could be done safely. I think it depends on the individual circumstance. And I agree that we need to rewrite the wording for Section 10.
Any new issues? All right. Go ahead, Doug. Continue.
The thing about, it may not be a bad idea, like, for example, when we talked about the possibility of getting a variance, he says that for the Italian-American Club or something like that. Do we want to put in place something where they can simply go to, you don't have this, not as high a burden, for example, like go to the Board of Commissioners for something like the IAC and say, can we get, let's say it's not a special exception, if you go to the Commissioners, it's what?
Well, you could, the commissioner's version of a special exception is a conditional use, but I don't think the commissioners would appreciate having to go through that process, because that's a formal process of a hearing, having a court reporter, the whole 9 yards.
All right, okay. All right, thank you anyway.
On the solution, maybe, or, because there's 5 issues, I guess.
I think that if we tackle Section 10, we're going to be a long way to getting this done. So let's do that now. Peter, can you please take the first pass at that, given what we've all been discussing?
I could continue. I wanted to, just before Peter comments, go through that, but finish your thought, please, and I can then jump in before Peter.
Well, given that what we've been discussing in terms of protections for residential and cross multi-zoned lots, we'd like to look at some rewording for Section 10. And Peter had given us part of that earlier in the meeting that sounded like people would like that. So I'd like to hear that again and then see what we need to add to that.
The one problem that was brought up, not specific to any one property, but we do have, what's unique in Radnor Township, a lot of split zone parcels. And if we start then changing the first part of Section 10 to remove property line of a dwelling unit to protect a lot that does not have a building on it, and ultimately when we were discussing this language early on, we were looking at protecting those properties with single-family and two-family lots. That we weren't looking at protecting those properties that were above commercial establishments or multifamily properties. That with a commercial property that has a restaurant on it that's split zoned, if you change the language as was discussed earlier, you're now then prohibiting that lot with the restaurant on it from having outdoor dining. And that is problematic because we're trying to avoid that.
Right. But what we need is wording that allows that.
Well, the whole intention is to protect the adjacent residential single-family or two-family lot, and the language that we have in here does do that. If we go and remove the fact that there's a dwelling unit in there and look at a lot that is partially or wholly within a residential district, that could be a restaurant use that is split-zoned commercial and residential, thereby then eliminating that lot. So keeping it as it is written protects those existing single-family lots with single-family or two-family, does not provide any protection for a vacant lot. If a restaurant with outdoor dining comes in and it is adjacent to a vacant lot and that vacant lot is developed in the future, then it would be on that property owner that is developing it to provide the necessary buffer protections. And we don't want to get into staff didn't want to get into, because we had looked at this over and over the course of the last year through developing this, protecting something that isn't there worth protecting at this point in time.
But Mr.
And we
Knigley,
clearly have all agreed that we do want to protect that lot.
Mr. Knigley's
I can fix
lot
this.
line was a good compromise. I thought that was good wording to
I can fix
do
it
that.
for both of you. Make you happy, make Kevin happy, and let us go home. Let's change 10 to, let's break it up. I think one of the problems with 10 is we're trying to pack too much into a paragraph. So like with number 5, where we break it up, for 10, let's break it up. Let's call these setbacks. And we'll have 10A, which will just be the first sentence. Outdoor dining shall be permitted in the front, side, and rear yards. We'll have 10B, which will just be the second sentence. No outdoor dining area shall be established within 100 feet of the property line of a dwelling unit located completely or partially within a residential zoning district. We will add a new 10C, which will state, that no outdoor dining area shall be established within 100 feet of a lot located completely or partially within a residential zoning district. Make that an unimproved lot located completely or partially within a residential zoning district. Therefore, the improved split zone lot with a restaurant on it is not going to fall under there, so it doesn't affect it. We would then move to 10D, which would be, I think, the remainder of this. Outdoor dining areas shall not be permitted at the rear or on either side of a principal restaurant building when said building is immediately adjacent to an existing single-family or two-family detached or semi-detached dwelling unit or residentially zoned district, period. For the purposes of this subsection, comma, the term immediately adjacent shall not apply to single-family or two-family detached or semi-detached dwelling units or residential districts separated from the restaurant use by a public road, period. Now, if you want to change up any more of those, let me know. I know you discussed it, but my impression was that there was no consensus on any other adjustments to this language.
Thank you. I'm happy with that.
I'm happy with
How do
that.
people feel?
Same.
Okay. The other more minor issues, how do people feel?
I'm okay on not including the driveway.
I am.
I am. Not regulating.
Making it a
Not
requirement.
regulating whether or not there's a driveway involved.
I'm still concerned about the heating. I know no one else seems to be, but
I'm sorry, are we okay on the driveway?
Are you okay on the driveway?
I mean, we're done
Yeah,
the
we're good.
driveway, right?
We're good.
Okay,
So we're,
let's do
okay,
heating
sorry.
now.
Good.
So the whole way this came about as an accessory use and the whole idea of having the additional seats and all that other decision-making process, in my mind, went on thinking that this is in fair weather and that it's not going to be every day and it's not a permanent fixed situation. However, you put heating in, then I'm thinking this is just additional seats for the entire season unless it's raining. You know, do you see the difference? And then all of a sudden now you've just given 25% more seating for that entire time, and you haven't required any parking if it's less than 12 seats. So I have an issue with the heating.
The outdoor dining is still regulated from March through November, so it's not a year-round issue. There is a 3-month window that we do not have it. And you're right, the initial intent was to allow the outdoor temperature to dictate when outdoor seating could occur. On that note, that it is customarily associated with outdoor dining, outdoor heaters, to provide some level of comfort. Staff did have some initial concerns. My staff, the code inspectors, had some initial concerns with allowing outdoor heaters as a safety issue. Then recognizing as we dug into it further, once the commissioners and the county commented, commissioners had asked for that to be included, we recognize that there are provisions out there that exist under the fire code, under the accessibility code, under the building code that can permit these in safe environments.
You're not worried about the safety issue. You think that can be covered?
I'm concerned that now 9 months out of the year, they're going to have seating that's additional that can be used just about every instance, and we're not accommodating parking for that.
But I think the parking calculations didn't have to do with whether it was an every night thing. The thought was that for the majority of the places that were going to establish outdoor dining, that that in many instances they're in locations where people would walk. So that for the first 12 seats we weren't doing parking because we thought people would walk up. There'd be a certain number of people who would walk into Wayne or walk to Conestoga Road in Garrett Hill or Conestoga Road in West Wayne, that a certain number. But that the more seats there are, the more likely it is that there will be people driving, and that's why we brought in the parking spaces.
The other aspect was that with outdoor dining, at the peak of outdoor dining, which is mostly in the summertime, the people would have a tendency not to be inside, they'd be outside. So you're not going to have the restaurant 100% full all the time.
Where I think now, if you have the heating, you can have situations where September through November, people are not walking, they're driving because it's cold and it's dark and et cetera, and we're not providing parking for that, but we're providing heating and encouraging basically an expansion of all these businesses.
That's a good point.
What do you suggest? We strike the heating altogether?
Either remove the heating or rethink the parking.
Given those choices, I'd prefer removing the heating.
I don't have a problem with the heating. I think really it's an amenity. It makes sense. But that's me.
I don't either, actually. I don't. I think there are very few nights, actually, that you can eat outside without needing heat and be comfortable. And I think in November, nobody's going to be eating outside. I don't, even with heat. So I think I think the heat extends makes you comfortable during the summer if it's chilly, and extends the season maybe a month or so, 6 weeks on each side. But
Yeah, that's true. Okay, anything else?
Just want to picture this 50 additional seats with heating and no parking for the first 12. And then it's kind of, is the parking that we do after that, is that consistent with what we do elsewhere? Is it more strict or is it less?
The parking is tiered, so the first 12, obviously, there's nothing. Then there's a slightly reduced rate from what is required. What is currently required under regular restaurant is 1 per every 3 seats. Under the first 24 seats, the first 12 would not require any. 13 to 24 would then require it 1 per 4 instead of the 1 per 3. Anything above the 24 to 50 would require it at the full rate. So it was set up as a tiered structure. But the more outdoor dining seats that you had, the more parking that would then be ultimately required.
But in the 25 to 50, that's consistent with what is required now?
Yes, the only difference is...
So it's only less than 25 that we're giving a reduced parking requirement?
Correct. The only thing that
Okay.
you don't see in here that you would see if you looked under the parking regulations for restaurant is on the employees, and that's going to apply regardless. So the employees is with the employees. On the greatest shift, it would be the seats is what we would regulate.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
The one last thing we didn't deal with, I mean,
Go
I
ahead.
know, I'm sorry.
It's going to be a late night, but go ahead. We want to get everything in.
Was the thing when there's been rezoning done and there's a residence that's on a commercial property, how are we
I
handling?
think Peter did that.
How did you word that in 10, Peter? Just remind me. I tried to jot it all down.
If you have a split zone property, the current language handles that. What are you looking for?
There's
A residential
been some-
property in commercial. Is that what we're talking about? A residential property
there are
existing
some
in
residential-
commercial district?
There are
we did
some
not
residential houses in commercial zoning that the zoning got changed out from under them to commercial.
They're non-conforming uses, but right now the ordinance does not address that. There are no special setbacks for them, and I think it was discussed at previous meetings saying that's one of the disadvantages of being a non-conforming use in a commercial zone. You have to be used to having commercial activities next to you.
I think this is a situation where there was, if I understood what he was saying, it was a situation where there was something that was residential and the zoning got changed to commercial.
The code does address this. If you have, let's say, a restaurant use and then right next door you have a single-family dwelling, that last part, I'll say Section D, as Peter had proposed it, would not permit the outdoor dining to be in the side or rear of that restaurant use, but it could be in the front of the restaurant. So it wouldn't be right next to, so you couldn't have the restaurant building, outdoor dining, then your dwelling unit. That side yard is off limits from outdoor dining, but outdoor dining could still be permitted for the restaurant in the front yard.
Okay,
so there are
thank you.
protections. It wouldn't be permitted right adjacent.
Now, would anyone like to make a motion?
I'm going to move that we amend this ordinance 280 what's the number of it? 280, whatever it is, as amended with the number 10 Number 10, rewritten as we discussed, breaking out Section 10 into subsections A, B, C, and D.
Is there a second?
I don't think we
I'll
need
second
any
that.
other changes.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Anybody need? We're going to take a 3-minute break. I'm going to go ask Kevin right now. Biomed, number 7. Okay, thank you. We are back in session. We're going to change the order of things a little bit, and we are going to move to number 7 on our agenda. Excuse me. Ordinance number 2012. By establishing regulations to establish a new use, mixed-use special transportation development within the PLO Planned Laboratory Office District.
This ordinance was in front of you a few months ago, where the applicant had made a presentation to you. They had since then had gone back, taken a look at a few things, and had appeared in front of the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee over a course of 2 meetings. we did receive a recommendation from the Comp Plan Implementation Committee that they consider the land use ordinance generally consistent with the comprehensive plan. However, the committee has significant reservations regarding the base density permitted and the lack of a mechanism to require / mandate the use of public transportation system. The committee feels that a lower base density would be more appropriate with a with density bonuses available for improvements to the transportation system network, including shared parking, pedestrian amenities, and for the implementation of green infrastructure.
Thank you.
Now the applicant is back here to make, I guess, a brief presentation, and we would request your recommendation for the commissioners for this ordinance.
Evening, yeah, we're just going to try to make a brief presentation and what's the procedure? I guess I'm trying to figure out too. Are you going to be making comments to the board, or do you know how, to the Board of Commissioners? Do you know how this is going down, or Kevin, do you know how it's going down, or
yeah,
Peter?
we're going to forward all of the comments that have been received to the commissioners, and then the commissioners are going to take whatever actions they choose to on the ordinance amendment.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, are you saying that our comments are short of a actual vote to recommend or not recommend?
No, you will be making, or requesting that you make a formal recommendation. This is something that I'm planning on putting back in front of the commissioners at their next meeting for an introduction or reintroduction in front of them, so it would be helpful to have a recommendation from you.
Okay. So if you want to go ahead and present anything that's changed, especially since
I
last
think that's
time.
what we'll do, yeah. Since last time we were here, let's just present what we've changed as far as traffic improvements and things of that nature. Go ahead, Ross.
Just waiting for it to show up on the screen. Sorry about that.
And I guess I'm just most interested in knowing what the development looks like today. I don't want to spend a lot of time on what it was previously.
There we go. Seems like it's taking a minute to catch up with us. Okay. I believe you had seen this presentation before. There were a few comments that we had gotten from the Comprehensive Committee that I believe that you've seen, and there were some comments that we had gotten from the last Planning Board meeting. And so what we've done is we've taken this package that you're seeing here, this presentation, and I'm just going to make it full screen so that you can see it a little bit more easily. There we go. And I was just going to point out a few things that we had done to address some of the questions that had come up. I'm just going to quickly go through these pages because this was more to give you some background when we first met with you. What I wanted to get to was this page. One of the comments that had come up at the last meeting was with the zoning text ordinance that we've been discussing, it really involves this PLO district that you can see over here where the cursor is circulating. And if we zoom in to that district, one of the questions that had come up was what areas would actually be affected by the zoning text that we were talking about, and this had to do with some of the density questions and some of the height issues. And what we've done is we've put this red line around the area within the PLO district to give our understanding of the sites that would actually be affected by this. A key element of it is the railroad tracks which travel along this edge of the PLO district and this edge of the PLO district over here. So one key aspect to that would be that rear yard that we're talking about that is really unique to the Radnor area. I apologize for that piece that keeps coming up. I'll move the cursor to the side. But we wanted to be able to address your question about how extensive something like this might be to the community. And we've always seen that this particular area of the PLO district is something that's very unique to Radnor because of the intersection of those train tracks there. And so what we're trying to do is, since those train tracks are existing and have their own form of buffer to them, be able to utilize that as part of the zoning text to be able to then allow the site to be much more sensitive to the King of Prussia Road piece of the not just the property, but the PLO district, which is really where this line is running down to Route 30 over here. The other thing that we had also taken a look at was the transportation question. One of the questions that had come up was what that distance might be from a walking standpoint from the site that we're currently interested in, which is this one right here, to the SEPTA station up here and the light rail over here. You can see the light rail itself is literally right at the corner of the site at the perimeter of the PLO district. And you can see that the SEPTA station is about a 7 to 8 minute walk as you go from the site area over here. And in addition to that, we've got the bus stop over here. An additional thing that we brought to show you, and I can certainly go back to these if you have questions. I was going through these quickly because these we had shown you before. But one of the things that we also wanted to show you was a rendering that we had done of one possibility of what we think King of Prussia Road could start to look like over here. We had shown this to the Comprehensive Committee so that they could see, I'm just going to move this cursor out of the way, they could see how we are proposing to do several things on the site. One, or not on the site I should say, but on King of Prussia Road. One is introducing this median that you could see over here, and the reason for that is so then we could introduce some additional landscaping elements over here, including some small trees, which all help to be able to reduce the sense of speed down that road. And then in addition to that, putting in new sidewalks along the street, putting in the trees over here. And then lastly, I wanted to draw your attention to the station over here, which is the light rail, and really trying to turn that into more of a first-class type of impression of that space. Because one of the things that we've learned over the years is that by turning something like the light rail or any sort of mass transit thing into something that feels like a first-class citizen as opposed to a second-class citizen will encourage more use of that type of mass transit. So that's why you can see that we're trying to introduce several things in here that start to really celebrate those spaces. A couple of other things that we're also proposing are some change in materials at the crosswalks over here. So this could be a brick element that's in the street over here and over here.
I think we're going to need to stay away from the minor landscaping details. We need to hear about what your overall plan is.
Sure. As far as the overall plan, the real key to this, to make this big picture, is as we're developing this and talking about the density and talking about the effect of something like this, one of the things that we see as an opportunity with this whole zoning text change to be allowed to allow the site to be redeveloped into something that is more speaking to the future of Radnor as opposed to the past, with the laboratory functions that Mr. McDivitt had mentioned are really going away from the area. One of the aspects that we see is the ability to really recreate the roads that are in the area so that they start to address some of the speed issues that we've heard about in the past, and also some of the congestion issues by working with some of the traffic control devices and other things, like, for instance, the crosswalk abilities for people to be able to circulate within the town in a reasonable fashion. And then, of course, the emphasis on the mass transit. So a key thing with this is being able to show, when we talk about the emphasis on the mass transit, what the visual is that we're talking about for that. So those were the things that we wanted to bring back to you to talk with you about, or at least to show you and get any additional comments that you might have.
And just on the ordinance text itself, the plan, or at least the modifications, would be, one, it would be a conditional use. Currently, the way it's written, I believe it's written as a by right plan, to be a conditional use type plan, so it would be some approval process. And remember, too, you have the approval process for the ordinance, then you'll have the approval process for the land development plan as well. And then the other part of it that we were considering would be traffic mitigation situations, that as part of the conditional use is that the applicant, whoever the applicant may be, since it does involve at least 3 properties, would have to do certain traffic mitigation type measures in order to be able to build on the density, the higher density for the site.
Well, what I remember most from our last meeting was that the density was increasing under the new proposed ordinance, the possible density, increased quite a bit and created a huge amount of traffic that we were concerned there'd be no way to accommodate. What we're looking at today, are there changes to that density?
No, there's no changes to the density. The thought would be, though, that you would have a certain traffic mitigation. You probably would, where we believe the implementation committee was coming, the comprehensive plan committee, was that you have a base density and then you receive credits. I know this board's been talking about credits for other districts. You receive credits for certain traffic mitigation plans, whether it be increasing rail use, improving the rail type use, and things of that nature. You receive a credit for whatever you did up to a maximum type of density. I mean, that's the thought that we were proceeding with the ordinance itself and how the ordinance would eventually be drafted.
Because also I think our impression was that we were not happy with the density and the amount of parking that would be required, the traffic that would be added to the area. And one of our concerns was that we were only looking at the possible build-out of the biomed site, not the other properties that are within this PLO district, which would be an additional density for the township, as well as more parking, more traffic. And I think what I'm saying is I would need to be convinced that there's any kind of traffic mitigation that could begin to put a dent in that. And there's any way to force people to use the rail in the numbers you'd have to do to keep that under control.
Right. Yeah, and that's where the conditional use process comes in, because when the Board of Commissioners approves a conditional use, they could put certain conditions on it, and those conditions would involve the traffic mitigation. So to some extent, we would leave it open so that the board can put conditions on it, but certainly our thought is that we would come up with certain specific mitigation issues that we would do to alleviate that traffic congestion that you've been talking about.
Have you done a study? Do you understand or what your parking number of cars you can park in this whole district is currently, and what your proposed parking space is in the future?
Yes.
And what are those?
We comply with the code requirement, and actually
that's the existing code requirement.
Existing code requirement. Even with the new proposed density, we would comply.
I guess what I'm trying to
code.
understand, if you can park 1,000 cars there for that whole district right now, with this new density, how many cars are you going to park? Is it 1,000? Is it 800, or is it 2,000?
Do you have the numbers available? I don't know.
Well, I'm wondering actually if it really would be best for John to address your question, because are you asking about strictly just the 145?
Well, traffic. What I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to understand the impact of the traffic. And we can talk about traffic mitigation, so on and so forth, but at the end of the day, if there's a parking spot there, somebody's going to drive there and park there. And if there's not a spot there, maybe the first 2 days they'll drive and try and find one, and they can't, they're not going to come back on the third day. So I'm trying to understand how much parking is going there now, or what could be developed in its current state now. What's the maximum build-out now in its current zoning? And if you get the zoning you want, what's the maximum parking build-out in that scenario? So we have some order of magnitude.
Okay, right now, I believe there's 892 spaces. 862 spaces.
I'm sorry, in the district or
no,
on the
just
biomed site?
Just on the biomed site.
Thank you.
That's why I wanted to clarify that.
Well, let's just start with biomed for now. Then.
Yep. So we have 862 sites or spaces existing.
Right.
And I believe then, and I just want to refer to this. Yep. So basically, just to reference this drawing that we're looking at here, that we're quoting from,
Can you?
It's possible to turn on the overhead camera. The man behind the curtain. There we go.
Question: How many square feet is the existing office space building for those 862 spaces?
Yeah, I believe we have approval for 475,000 square feet.
What's the existing building now?
Existing currently? I'm sorry.
How many square feet, approximately?
The 5 buildings total, I think, are 467 is the 5 buildings.
That are currently there?
that are currently there.
567?
467.
467. Thank you.
So to answer your question, we've got the 862 spaces existing. Under the current zoning, we're saying that we'd be required to have 2,583. And what we're proposing to have is 2,637. But the key thing here is at a ratio. Parking spaces. This is at a ratio of 3. Yeah, what I'm looking at, it's probably almost impossible to read on the big screen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I forgot
There's
about
a parking
that.
structure, yes. There's parking structure right back here.
Okay.
The key thing is that the parking ratio is what we are most sensitive to. And to your question, the parking ratio right now is being done at 3 per 1,000, which is actually on a very low end. So if you were somebody who was a real estate vice president for a corporation and you were out looking at space, you'd probably be looking at the absolute lowest end at 3 per 1,000. But you'd really be hunting for 4 or 5 per 1,000. So to your question about what would encourage people to take other forms of transit, that's where we see one of these things being a driver to help direct people to that, which is why we think it's unique to this area of Radnor.
But
Wouldn't the flip-
Go ahead.
Wouldn't the flip side of that be that if people are frustrated in terms of getting to the site, that it eventually causes vacancies and drives rents down?
Well, Matt, maybe that might be something.
As opposed to, because I recall in your presentation earlier, you used an optimistic, or maybe it was neutral, as opposed to optimistic, 7% of the people coming to this site would use public transportation.
Oh, I think that was actually a comment that John had referenced. John is a traffic consultant, and Matt, I believe John is from some of the industry standards.
Right.
Meaning, from a consultant's perspective, that's the average that you remember?
Well, some of the industry standards that we are allowed to use for a reduction is between 15 and 20%. Assumptions for employees using mass transit. Those are based upon national standards from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. I had used a 7%. I actually cut that in half and did a 7%, cutting the low end in half to a 7%, basically to kind of create a worst case scenario along King of Prussia Road and Lancaster Avenue. It was really just to kind of show, taking some credit for mass transit, but also not taking as much as what the industry standards can allow me to take.
And that is a supposedly, even that 7% theoretically is after you've improved the look of the station or made it a Class A station?
It's only based upon distance or proximity between this property and the rail station.
So
it has nothing to do with wrapping that station into our site, providing more parking, employers encouraging transit use, any of those other kind of programs that Biomed was looking to implement.
I understand, but so far all we've heard is that the station will, I think that's what I heard, that you would make the station have a first-class appearance, or you would invest in the station in some way. There's been no other presentation on how you would stimulate additional mass transit use other than saying you should use the train, so to speak. And you're going to triple the number of cars on site because the old use, the laboratory use, is a lot less dense than a office use. And 3 is what you may be allowed to do, but I think you sound like some of our colleges that we're going to be parking issues here from day one if you only have 3 per 1,000.
In terms of a presentation, we also have language in the ordinance or other ideas that the tenants could potentially have a traffic management program. Again, transit check, credits for carpooling, credits for bicycle use, pedestrian use, transit use. A lot of those are a little bit more of a soft science, not necessarily the hard and fast facts of 7%, 15%, 20%. I think it's all part of a program that we'd like to work with the Planning Commission and the commissioners in terms of getting a base density and then looking at different credits that we can put metrics on that allows for density bonuses. So instead of just the words on the paper, but actually having almost, again, the base density and then getting those credits for various different programs that we can implement.
Maybe I misunderstood. what I thought the process was tonight. I thought tonight we were going to hear the changes that have come about since the last time you came and presented this, and we told you we're concerned about the density and we're concerned about the parking, and I see some new landscaping, but I don't see any changes in the ordinance. Could you point out to me in the ordinance? And I had one specific note. I wanted specifically on 4B signs, I wanted an exclusion for any lit or electronic signs, even signs facing the limited access highway. And I don't see that in here.
Yeah. Susan,
So I just wonder what the changes are.
Maybe we were a little vague as to what we were supposed to be doing this evening also.
Okay.
We've internally come up with some modifications to the ordinance, and we were thinking that you would give us input also as to possible modifications to the ordinance as well.
Okay, we did that last time you were here, right?
No,
I just didn't hear the second one. You said we did something in theory or in...
No, we, as a team, we've gone through the ordinance and talked about certain traffic mitigation standards that we can put in the ordinance, okay? And some of those being, for example, again, remember this is all part of a traffic mitigation plan that would have to be approved by the township prior to the project itself being approved. So if we didn't have the township approval, if they didn't like our traffic mitigation plan, they wouldn't approve the project. And some of those items that we had in there were, again, as we mentioned, promoting the use of public transportation by whatever means that may be. Maybe it's through the tenant, promoting, giving credits or something of that nature. We talked about flexible work hours. We talked about providing coffee shops and lunch rooms and things of that nature so that the tenants would not have to use the streets during certain hours. We talked about providing management techniques for van pools and car pools.
Nick, I'm sorry to interrupt. I appreciate all that, but where is that
No, it's not.
in the ordinance? That's what I'm looking for. Where are the changes? There are no changes.
Again, I think it's perhaps not knowing what we were to expect this evening. I was expecting you to give us input as to the ordinance itself, and then we will give you next time input on the ordinance as well as to where we're looking at as far as we talked about a base density and then credits for increasing density and certain numbers that we would be using. So that's
Kevin, could you weigh in here on what our plan is for tonight?
I wasn't really certain where we were.
Absolutely.
That's why I asked in the beginning here.
When this was back in front of you in the fall, we never got through any sort of formal recommendation. There was a lot of ideas that were discussed, at which point we also wanted to get the applicant in front of the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee, who reviewed it and, in short, determined that it was generally consistent. They were concerned about the base density and wanted some, maybe some density bonuses to allow increased densities beyond a much lower base density. I think moving forward tonight, giving your recommendation, do you feel that this is an appropriate ordinance that may have some merit, and those areas where you have particular concerns of, that would be the type of recommendation that then we could forward to the commissioners to then weigh, do they want to move further along with this ordinance and see the applicant make revisions based off of some of those comments and then resubmit the draft back for consideration or not?
I have good.
Okay, in that case, I think that what we should do is have a brief board discussion about what we see in this ordinance, and then take public comment, see if there are any questions for the applicant, and then move forward. I don't think we need to see any more presentations about traffic mitigation. I think we're okay with that. We understand that down the road, traffic mitigation would be very important, but I don't think we're there yet. Are we good with that?
I just have a few questions
Go ahead.
Just larger type questions. Okay, so what's the total square footage of this development?
The square footage of the development is approximately 790,000 square feet.
So you're going from 467 to 790, and you're going from 862 spots to how many?
To 2,637 spots.
37 spots, okay. Now, and this zoning ordinance that we're discussing, if it were to be passed, is not only for your development, but it's for significantly larger tracts of land. Is that correct? Or is it just for this specific development that we're seeing?
Well, it's for that area that Ross showed you earlier.
That whole big area,
That area.
The blue area.
Bounded by the railroad.
which is maybe about 4 times the size of your acreage.
It goes from Lancaster Avenue, or from King of Prussia Road on the east side of King of Prussia Road, from Lancaster Avenue to the train station.
But
To
it
the
just,
Sutton train
but
station.
an order of magnitude 4 or 5 times the land area?
Correct. But the thing is that there are many facets to the ordinance. So what we're saying, and the reason why we showed that one area that I think you're referencing, which is along the train tracks, is because there was a comment at the last meeting about height, for instance, and that, if I can paraphrase, the heights shown for this location were okay, but people would not want to see that all over Radnor. So the point in showing that red area in this particular instance was to say, okay, if we look at those aspects of it and considering the distances that you would need to maintain, that area that was done in red, which I would flip back to, but I don't have control over that to be able to go back to the monitor here, but I think you probably remember it, was showing you that's really the area that's affected primarily by this ordinance. But then there are other things which involve the density, but there's also a matter of the size of the lot. So you'd have to have a certain size lot to be able to achieve some of these densities. People could certainly combine lots. And then you have the issue of the railroad tracks to be able to deal with those setback issues as well. All I'm getting at is that there's a lot of pieces there, not just that this is
It's
sort
not
of...
a direct mathematical.
Correct.
But, all right, but I mean, well, from my viewpoint, if we don't really understand the rest of the, I mean, you're asking us to pass something on a little, this piece, but it affects everything, but you're only explaining this part. I'd like to understand what the rest is, too.
Okay. But also, I think just to make sure I'm on the same page, Nick, we're not asking the board to pass or fail anything, right? The point of this is to make recommendations?
Yeah, but it's recommendations on something that we only know 20% of.
Well,
I think I can stop this right now, really and truly, honestly, because the purpose and intent of this zoning, straight up A, the mixed-use special transportation development is a planned development designed to encourage the development of transit-supported, architecturally compatible commercial use that foster economic viability. When you come back with an ordinance that has the specifics of how you're going to take advantage of and use the transit that's nearby, then this is something to talk about. Otherwise, this is basically a big building you guys want to build, and rather than go seek a boatload of variances, you're trying to craft a piece of ordinance that's going to let you guys specifically build what you specifically want to build. And it doesn't even have anything in it about encouraging the use of the transit that is nearby. There's been no discussion of making a SEPTA stop at your location, just like Penn did down at, Penn built a specific SEPTA stop at their hospital on 32nd Street or 33rd Street. They did something very specific to increase the use of public transportation at their building. You guys aren't talking about doing anything. You're talking about prettying up the walk to the SEPTA train, and not even prettying up the walk to the fast SEPTA train. So when there's something meaningful here that is actually about mixed-use special transportation development, then this will be an ordinance to look at. Until then, it's just a big development that you want to do. And I don't have a problem with the height of the building, and I'm normally tough about that. And the setback and all that. It's just we can't sustain the volume. And we're just talking about your building's volume, and it will impact the entire whole area you guys outlined very well, which is why I think Steve is asking about what's the other impacts here. But until there's crafting here that actually uses the transportation, it's pointless. It's a development that needs a boatload of variances. And this is a new way to try to get it in the door.
Well, Susan, just so you have to understand, as I've been mentioning previously, before this gets approved by the township, they would also have to approve a traffic mitigation plan, which would be a plan that would encourage public transit, that would be proposed by Biomed or any other applicant as well. So there's an approval process here as well. And what they would be looking at before they approved it is just what you read. Are we encouraging that? So that's kind of where it's coming from. I would agree that the ordinance should be more specific as to the type of traffic mitigation programs, just as I had read to you. at least several of them. But it should be more specific, whether it's a base density and credits or what the township should consider when considering this traffic mitigation plan.
But Nick, I guess where I'm coming from, unless I'm getting it wrong, your traffic mitigation is really designed to help you get the tenants from the 4 per thousand ratio to the 3 per thousand, which is the only thing you're building. My fear is you're adding, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time, 2,000 extra spots. You know, it's less, I understand. Times 5, if you're wanting 20% of this, that's 10,000 cars that theoretically, now, I'm not saying that's true, but that's what I'm thinking, and that's my fear. 10,000 more cars that are going to get dumped on the streets. I'm not so sure, you know, we want that kind of traffic or that we can handle it. But, you know, I'm not a traffic engineer.
And that's why, again,
yeah.
Whoever the applicant is would have to do a traffic mitigation plan. It would satisfy you and the Board of Commissioners. So.
But I don't want to give them the zoning. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why we want to give zoning to add 10,000 more cars, to upgrade the zoning to add 10,000. Like,
and then
I'm
mitigate it down to 8,000? I mean...
Yeah, I'm not, it's not,
Yeah,
I don't know
think
what...
it's really 10,000.
No, I know, but you haven't told me it's not 10,000.
Can I just, there's nothing in here even about the traffic mitigation as a requirement.
No, I said that to you, Susan. Yeah, that's why, yeah.
But if you're my point, if you can build 10,000 more parking spaces, you know, there's going to be a car parked in them, else you're not going to build them, you know, 80, 90% of the time.
I think you'll end up building more than 10,000, assuming all the parcels are developed. I think 3 per thousand is unrealistic in today's world. And even with all the stimulus for mass transit use, I think 2 years from now you're going to come in and say, well, or 5 years from now, we're going to add 500 spaces so they don't double park or block the fire lanes, if you know what I mean. I think the density is unbelievable for the site. I mean, in laboratory use, I'm guessing that the number of people in a laboratory, even if you had people, and I think we had testimony that some of the labs aren't being used because that work is done elsewhere or overseas or India or whatever. The laboratory density is lighter than what you're plugging in here. You know, maybe a couple of thoughts I had is maybe 30 or 40% of the use has to be non-office, not just these incidental coffee shops or something like that. Something where people come in at night but not during the day. Maybe some of the people who work there stay overnight. Another idea is what they're doing on the old Valley Forge golf course in King of Prussia. Maybe some of these buildings should be residential from the 4th floor up, you know, so people live there. Talk about a short commute and no transit issues. They're right there. But none of that's in here, and maybe a piece of what you do has to be that to make this work.
I think maybe we could make a recommendation to the commissioners, to our board, that if this is going to continue to be considered, before they do anything else, they should do an independent build-out study for the entire district under consideration, including a traffic management plan. And then we'll get numbers that we can rely on for what this would really look like.
You're asking the township to fund that study?
No, I'm not stating how the funding for that would happen. I'm stating that that's what they would need to look at before they could move forward.
I also would like to see the comprehensive implementation committee's comments. Maybe we got them and I just didn't get a chance to.
I didn't get them.
Yeah, so I mean, we should be looking at seeing what the comprehensive plan, you know, we need that. That'd be great to see.
I can reread it again. It did come in later, and I apologize if that did not get in your packet.
Just forward it in an email because I'll, you know, read it.
It's just a statement. It's not a list of.
It's only it's a short paragraph. I don't know, Kevin, if you want me to read it or did you already?
He read it. It's fine. Is there any more board discussion before we go to public comment? Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment?
Hi, Jim Schneller. I happen to live a half a mile from this particular location. I have one comment, is that there's a PLO between the Blue Route, the trolley track, and backing up in Archbishop Carroll across the SEPTA track. It's about I mean, it's about a 10-acre site, and future views from that, which may be developed at some point, would be looking up. It's depressed about 50 feet below the ground level of the current site. So whatever you consider, there's a visual aspect as well. I also mentioned, as a nearby local, there is a creek there. The creek is deserving of consideration. It's the headwaters of the Eithon. It comes down from that particular public land use, which is vacant, and from Villanova, the residential Villanova. So it's clean water, and it'd be great if we could keep runoff to a minimum.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Thank you. So how would you all like to proceed?
I feel we don't have enough information at all. Again, we're still. And I would move to see it with more information. In other words, much more top to bottom. And some consideration, maybe other members of the board would weigh in or not, about the mixed use aspect. And I don't know what impact going from laboratory to office is, but I'm guessing that 3 per 1,000 is low. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things here that bother me. And I guess we should give guidance to the applicant, or the petitioner, I should say, about what bothers us. So, you know what bothers me. I just vented a couple minutes ago.
Anything we didn't cover?
I just want to say I agree with the mixed use. I was trying to look at this last time and see how can you truly make this work for everyone. And if traffic is really the concern that everyone has, it's not about the height of the buildings. It's more about the traffic. First, we have to assume that if this entire area is covered, that eventually it will all be built out. We have to assume that. And how can that really exist? And some of the points that were made, like going further with the tying in with a new station, things like that, could have significant impacts, or adding residential could have significant. But it's really about the traffic, is when it really comes down to. If you can find ways to make the traffic truly work by using different uses, using the trains, we'd all love to see that happen.
I'd just like to say that, well, I think the main issue here is the density, the impact of the density on the traffic in the area. I do have a problem with the building heights, and the parking lot heights are at 55 feet. That's a 5-story parking garage. I have a problem with that. I also have a problem with 91 feet for the buildings. We don't have that anywhere else. I mean, think about the fight we had to try to go up a little bit in the institutional zone. Obviously, it's a different zone, but there's nowhere in the township where we're having buildings of this mass.
In one minor defense, that's the height of one of the buildings right now.
Only with all the equipment on top of it.
True,
and it's a laboratory building, so that there's no density
density
associated
is
with
different.
that height.
Density is different. I thought your objection was height more than density just now.
Well, it's both.
I mean, I spoke my piece. Actually, the 3 per 1,000 doesn't bother me in the least, because I think that the tenants will be attracted to the building, know what the parking situation is. They're not going to sign a lease if they have a 4 per 1,000 parking ratio. And with the transportation there, I think the 3 per 1,000, again, that doesn't bother me. But what bothers me significantly is if there's a parking space, there's going to be a car driving to it, and it's just the density of this project plus the entire zone. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if we restricted it just to this project. But even then, with this amount of traffic volume, it's problematic for me.
My take on it is the mass transit is a nice thing, but I really don't think that you're going to get a substantial amount of use on it. 7% I think is optimistic. My own opinion. I take the train downtown every day. And I think the number one thing this particular site has going for is right off at exit of the Blue Route. And that's going to be people are going to be able to live in New Jersey and come to this site because of that. And people, I think that if you get 5% of the people in this building to take mass transit, I think you'll be very lucky, or its entire use, which is why 3 per thousand I don't think is reasonable. But prove me wrong.
I just want to make one comment. We're working on something in King of Prussia, Upper Merion, where we're looking at how to tie in the light rail and the heavy rail and bring light rail into the mall. But one of the things that came up in discussion is that the R5 line only has 25,000 passengers a day. So you're about to create 850,000 square feet on this line from 450, and hardly anybody is using it now. I don't see how, even dressing up the walk and everything else, sort of echoing what you're saying, it's not going to happen. I mean, you have to change the use, I think, more than focus on mass transit. Mass transit is nice, but partially residential and mixed use would be a lot better.
Or a dedicated exit off of the Blue Route, dedicated on and off. I don't know how you engineer it there, but like they do up on the Turnpike, west of whatever that first one is.
There's a couple of slip ramps.
Virginia Ave, I think, is
Right.
the exit. It's its own thing. I don't know if it's feasible here, but if all these cars came in and off directly off the Blue Route, that'd handle a lot of the problem.
Okay, are we prepared to make a recommendation to the commissioners?
Sure.
I didn't realize that's what I thought we were supposed, are we giving
We're not
direction?
recommending necessarily approval or disapproval. We're just making a recommendation of how to proceed. Can we do that?
Yes, I think it's how you want this to proceed. If you think that the general concept has merit and those specific areas, I mean, recommendation can be general in some terms. If there are specifics such as the transportation, the encouragement or the requirement to use public transportation, I heard that come up. It's been a repetitive theme between this board and the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee. So those where you feel that there are specific recommendations that you want to provide your comments to the commissioners, please feel free to get as specific as possible with that to help then the commissioners provide comments back to the applicant.
Okay, who wants to start?
I'll give it a stab.
Go.
I would make a recommendation that the Planning Commission is very wary that the ordinance as proposed is workable given the current conditions of the township, and that this would need a significant examination of incentives for public transportation and a consideration of changing up the use to include less dense occupancy, that it might need to be more of a truly mixed use in order for it to be workable, with consideration of any feasibility of direct access from the limited access highway, and that those are the things that will need some focus.
And we'd like to understand what the total build-out is, or total impact from a traffic standpoint is, and how many additional cars or parking spaces would be allowed under the new ordinance over the existing ordinance.
I don't know if we have a motion in all this, but
also, it would be nice to see some conceptuals of sight lines of building heights as it relates to adjacent property owners, things like that.
Okay.
I think a different motion might be that we hope that the petitioner applicant is listening to all the different issues we have, and that I would recommend that we have a motion that we table this for another month until we see that. Some concrete response. And
We tried that already.
well, I wouldn't, okay, if I had to approve or disapprove this, I would say I'm opposed to this, as is, and that's it. But if in the interest of being proactive, I think maybe accepting or suggesting, instead of traffic mitigation as a way to deal with traffic, use mitigation, which I've been beating on for a couple minutes now. Residential, there's no commuting. I mean, if you go to work there, you're leaving there perhaps to go somewhere else, but you might be able to take the train from there too. That's the ultimate parking. You're next to your train, where you live. So.
All right, do we need a motion, or are we just sending recommendations over?
Nick, do you feel like you want to revise and try to address some of these substantive
I think
issues?
what's going to happen anyway is the Board of Commissioners are going to tell us the very same thing, and they're going to send us back to you, with
Well, if you come
revision
back
to
with
the
a build-out
ordinance.
study for the whole area, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I understand that. So I think that's what's going to happen, I would assume, Kevin, is the board will then give us direction and say, we agree with you, in addition, do this, then, revise the ordinance and go back to planning. I assume that's what they'll do anyway.
They could do that, or they could decide that the comments, that they don't want to proceed
They
with
don't want
that.
to proceed.
And
I guess that's why we'd like for it to at least go to the Board of Commissioners, so we know whether to proceed, not to proceed, pack it up, do something different, or whatever.
Well, the decision ultimately rests with the Board of Commissioners. I would like to see something happen on this site, personally. I don't know how the rest of everyone feels, but I would like to see something that works for everyone, and we're still not there yet, and we're hoping that you have some creative solutions. If you feel like we're so far apart that it's not worth your endeavor, then I can understand that, but it really has to truly consider the entire site unless we're going to work this a different way. If you want to come with a different approach, we have to make the assumption that everything's going to be built out.
Okay, is that all you need for the commissioners, or do we need to actually make a motion?
I would prefer a motion.
All right, Steve, can you restate what we've said in a motion?
Okay.
I wrote it down, Steve.
Thank you, Nick. Okay. Okay, we move to deny the zoning petition. Thank you.
Wait, before we go through this process, is it possible to just have you request to come in front of us again? How do you? They want you rather go to the board.
He wants us to comment and then go to the board, have them comment, and know if he's dead in the water.
You want us to send you to them? Is that
Yes.
okay? I was misinterpreting that.
Send us to them so that we can get their comments about the ordinance, and then we have your comments. Then I know what's going to happen is they're going to say, okay, make the recommendation or draft a new ordinance and come back to you again. So that's kind of.
Can I ask a question? What made you decide to try to revise the ordinance rather than come up with a plan with a bunch of variances or something? You just seemed logical to do it that way?
Before, it's not that easy to get variances.
Okay, that's fine.
So that's
thank you.
Basically the process.
Okay, I move we deny the zoning petition and request that the petitioner come back. If they do decide to come back before this board with a plan showing the build-out or potential build-out as per the new requested zoning that they're petitioning for on the entire parcel, so we can understand the true impact of the increase of parking density. Also, that they consider less intense uses and more mixed uses on the site. That they also exhibit or show the impact of the building height on adjacent property owners, and that they explain to us in a more definable fashion the in writing, but also the how the traffic impact mitigation can be achieved with more specifics.
Now, are you recommending that we tell the Board of Commissioners that that's what we recommend that they come back with? Is that what I hear your motion is?
That's only if they decide to
If they
come
decide to
back.
continue.
That's what we'd like to see if they choose to come back. We're not recommending they come back. Susan, what did I miss?
I second it.
Oh.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One opposed? All right.
Okay.
Thank you. So we will continue. Item 6 on the agenda is another ordinance amendment to,
Are we going to go through 7 and 8? I mean, the last two items? Are we going to go through?
we just did 7.
I'm sorry. Are we going to go through 6 and 8 tonight?
8 is just being passed out. We're not really going to do anything.
Just being passed out.
Correct, yes, that's being provided to you.
Doing a brief presentation?
No.
No.
6 is another amendment. It's the one about the recreation land.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And if you're all up for it, we will continue and finish that. Kevin tells me it's imperative that we get to this. All right. All right, I'm going to turn that over to Kevin.
What month did we work on it? I need a reminder.
It's been a few months since this has been in front of you. There have been some changes. Not all the discussion points that we had discussed last time were in here. I don't believe we had a formal recommendation, some suggested language changes. One of the changes that we did make were to further define the number of lots that this would apply to, and that would be 4 or more lots on a subdivision that this ordinance would apply to. We had also discussed the tiered structure for the fee in lieu of. That wasn't something that we felt was imperative to have at this point. If we got down further in and felt that there was a great disparity between the developments coming in, and if they were to choose to go with the fee in lieu of, and that's something that we wanted to revise it, but we wanted to keep it simple at first to see how this type of ordinance would work. Under section B on page 1, there was a minor change with the 1600 to the 1440 that was a typo in the original draft. Other than that, as you may recall, that this ordinance sets forth the requirement for an applicant to set forth and provide recreation land as part of a subdivision of 4 more lots for a residential subdivision or for any subdivision or land development of a commercial development. It also provides for an option for the developer to provide recreational facilities elsewhere in the township or for a fee in lieu of.
Thank you. Any questions for Kevin? Go.
Kevin, we had talked about the fact that Upper Merion doesn't have anything like this, that Lower Merion has a different ordinance and Tredyffrin has a different ordinance. And I took the time to download it today and look at them. And I just wanted to lay it out for whoever is still watching at 11 o'clock at night briefly, and I mean briefly. The fee, for example, in Lower Merion is $2,500 per unit, and it is based on, I think, developments of 3 units, but does not apply to commercial developments. In Tredyffrin, it only applies to residential developments where there are 20 or more dwellings, so that you have a substantial amount of ground that's involved in a substantial number of residents moving in who might need recreational ground. And it does apply to commercial developments, but they have to be 5 acres or more. So I think we are assessing a cost on small developments and at the highest rate fee, so to speak, compared to the other 2 townships, and compared to Upper Merion, not at all. So I'm trying to integrate the 2 together. I see the logic, but maybe 4 units is too small. I mean, why do we want slivers of ground? Or if it's just about the fee, just, there's taxes and there's other ways to collect fees.
It's not necessarily ground or the fee. It could also be there's an option for installation of recreational improvements within the existing park, so that there are multiple options there. The fee is the maximum that we could justify based off an appraisal that was done in the township. The land in a different township is going to appraise differently, so they may only be able to charge amount. We set forth the maximum amount that we felt was justifiable. If your recommendation is $3,307 is too much and you recommend $2,000, then that would be fine for your recommendation. But just to to counter some of those, we looked at the fee based off of the appraised value of the land to meet the land area that would be required per dwelling unit. So that's how the fee is developed.
Well, in Tredyffrin, it's 10% of the property is donated, and it's based on an appraised value. But it's not a burden on either the developer or the township to deal with that because the properties are so huge. In Lower Merion, it's a lower amount, but it doesn't impact commercial development at all. And that makes a certain sense to me because commercial development is really not generating new users of park and rec lands. So I like both of them better than this, I guess, is my fast answer. And I'll step back. Anybody else wants a comment?
I don't want to see us put anything in place that would redirect commercial development elsewhere where it's less burdensome.
I guess I think both points that are made are great points, but I look at this as more of a taxing mechanism, and as such, I don't think we're driving away commercial development because Radnor Township happens to be probably one of the most popular places to develop commercial properties of pretty much of any sort. And I don't think we're going to drive anybody away by this impact. I can understand the logic of, how you got to the numbers. I guess we could debate the numbers of the value of the land a little bit. I guess I can see the logic in 4 units or more, because I guess if you had 5 of those developments, then you're up to 20 units, and there you scout all those people. And also, I don't think there are a lot of large sites in Radnor to develop. So if you did 20 units, you probably wouldn't get any impact fees because I don't know if there are any 20-unit development sites around, or if there are, there's probably not many. So I guess I can, understand the logic of having it on the lower side so you actually can capture some of that income. So.
To the extent that it's a taxing, I would agree but it's not on the new developments. It's if you don't have an ordinance like this in place, you're putting that burden to maintain the facilities that those new residents are coming in and using and prematurely wearing out. You're putting that burden on the existing residents. And these types of ordinances are in place to shift that burden from the existing residents to the new residents. We did contact Middletown Township, has an ordinance very similar to this. Tammy Cohen, Park and Recs Director, had reached out to them and to Lower Merion, and both of them have similar ordinances that are very popular, very successul within their municipalities. So.
And don't get my comments wrong. I'm not saying we shouldn't do this at all, but I think I guess I would say I'm not keen on us doing it on the commercial developments. I'll say that. Sure. The other issue is, I asked this question last time, the Luella Court, when that went from 25 apartments to 12 condos, that was a, quote, new development. Would that have triggered, in that, I know it's kind of an unusual example, would that have triggered the $3,800 fee or $4,300 fee under this ordinance?
I think it's something that we would have asked for. I think the developer would have had an argument that he's reducing the number of dwelling units, but it's something that we would have asked for. And we would take a look at the family sizes that are coming in, the types of units, and if you have, depending on the type of unit, if it's multifamily, you may have less kids versus a single family type of unit. Are you going to tend to have more kids, more users that are apt to use the recreational facilities?
In that instant example, I'd be stunned if there are more than the 25 apartments. But that being said, I think it's a tax, and it just seems unfair. It just seems to be a disincentive for development, and development raises ratables, and that's the long-term payout for other township purposes, including parks and recs.
I still think that some of the vague things that are here is that where the public, the suitable park and recreation land shall be provided, it's not clear, you know, if it's supposed to be within the development, but then when you have the private road and you have people who should be able to access public land, not able to access it because it's down a private road. So just some of those vague comments that we talked about, you know, didn't really get addressed. And, you know, I don't quite follow the logic of that new residents coming in are placing a greater burden on our parklands than the people who are already here using them. That doesn't really compute for me. If we just say that all residents put a burden on the land, then that's what real estate taxes are for. I don't understand what it is about new homes coming in that places a greater burden on our resources, such that they should have to pay this fee. You know, that's I don't. I mean, I understand it from a financial perspective, but I don't understand it from that perspective.
From a usability standpoint, if you have one park and you have 1,000 people using that park, that life expectancy could be 10 years. If you never add additional recreational facilities and you add another 1,000 people, now that life expectancy is going down to 5 years. So that's where the new development coming in, without replacing and increasing the number of recreational facilities, that's where the new land that would help offset that impact to the existing facilities. If the land isn't available or isn't suitable, then either recreational facilities could be provided or the fee in lieu of to develop additional facilities. So that's where the additional land development coming in has an impact on your existing facilities.
Kevin, the way it's written is every development. You could tear down 3 row homes and put up, you know, 4 townhouses that are brand new and they're paying the fee. Nothing changed. If it was only new dwelling units that didn't exist before, I would see the logic of what you were just saying.
I'm going to agree with Skip's assessment. I appreciate your explanation, and then I agree with Skip's analysis of your explanation. So, but thank you for explaining it, because your logic makes sense, but
Well,
only if it's truly new development.
Two different things, and that if that's the recommendation that this applies to any net increase, that's one thing. My example was dealing with a 100% increase in the population. Skip was talking about taking 3 units and converting it to 4 units where you only have an increase of 1. So, you know, we can revise the language to address that concern if that is something that you feel is worthy of putting into the ordinance.
It's sort of a question of fairness thing. I mean,
I agree with what you're saying, Skip, and also I think it makes more sense on larger developments. Maybe we need to increase the number of dwellings, and I still don't know about the commercial aspect of it, whether that belongs in there, or whether it should be different. There should be some kind of a cap on it, or because it can't, you know, it can add a cost where it's not necessarily linked to what the intent is.
I think that people coming to a commercial site to work, whatever, they do add a burden to your township, just the individual people, as well as the fact that that land's been taken up. I would want to include the commercial properties, is what I'm saying.
And just so, I mean, commercial properties pay school taxes, which represent 80% of the real estate taxes, and don't put anybody in the schools. I mean, it's kind of, it's not, I mean, this kind of how our taxing system is set up. It's not necessarily, you know, user.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the taxes for the commercial are helping make the residential taxes more affordable. And I would hate to think that we need to add additional fees unless they were truly made. I'm still not in line with what the numbers in here are for, because we're talking about commercial redevelopment also, aren't we? I mean, so if you take an existing case, would be, say, the Rite Aid that's going in, because they're redeveloping that site, are we going to have an increased burden on our parks? I mean, yes, maybe some other issues could come up as far as traffic or whatever, but I don't think this is the way to handle that kind of it's not really intended to be a catch-all. I think it's intended to, if you want to go strictly with what we're talking about here, I think it makes sense for large developments, maybe not commercial at all, and then it really goes in line with what you just discussed. I do agree with the philosophy behind that if you increase your residents, the number of residents in the township, then maybe you will not have enough parkland. And in order to maintain the current standard that we have, we need to provide for that additional parkland to keep things the way they are.
And even if you take the commercial example that we had tonight, Biomed, going from 467 to 790, well, you could talk about assessing a cost or in some way a traffic impact or something. We're calling it park and rec, but it doesn't, I don't think it actually works on that. I think Julia's comment was they're putting a strain on the township when they increase the density. If you want to charge a fee for that, call it something else, and assess it on an increase in square footage, because that is a bigger impact. If they just tore down that 467 and made palatial Class A office space that they could rent for an extra $20 a foot, or the taxes collected from the site would still go up, because I'm sure they've gone for a reassessment before this, and we'd still have a benefit to the township. But when they put a real strain on traffic and everyone's lives, I see the logic of a fee for that, although it's funny to call it park and rec, that's all.
Park and rec, because it's dedicated to park and recreation land or park recreation improvement. As Peter pointed out to me, that this is a subdivision land development ordinance requirement, so that as you're going through the subdivision land development process, that it could be something that's waiverable, in that if you don't go with the net increase, that they can always make a recommendation or request a waiver. That's something that you can make a recommendation on, whether you accept the fee, reduced fee, number of lots, amount of equipment, that type of thing, and whether or not the township would accept dedication of the land. If it's a private small subdivision with a small area of land that the developer decides to provide the land for the residents, and the township chooses that that's not something that we're interested in owning, then it maintains the ownership of the development for the use of the development, and it's not for the general public. It's intended to serve the needs of that community, and that's what it would be provided for. And there's nothing wrong with a developer doing that. That's what we would hope that they would do.
Let's take a break and just check and see if there's any public comment before we continue our discussion. Is there any public comment?
Hi, Jim Schneller, St. David's. I think with the business aspect and the redevelopment aspect, you got good possibilities, and I've seen some bad examples. I know with Rite Aid, they were asked simply to plant a couple of trees, a dozen trees, and put in a dozen stop street lights, and they refused. And up at Adelberger's, with that development, they were asked to take over maintenance of the recently renovated
Jim, I'm going to really need you to make your comments
graveyard.
specific, because at the late hour of the evening.
They were, okay, at Adelberger's, they were requested in line with their development of 6 townhouses to take over maintenance of the graveyard, which has been renovated. So these are, and they turned it down. So if you could slightly widen the perspective here, there's always something in the community, whether it's a business redevelopment or residential. And another aspect of that is the apparently two dozen or more small parcels of land. Right, there's been talk about the township coming up with a list. Some of them are as big as this room, but they're all over the place. Well, just adding that space to the community helps everybody's property value. Why couldn't businesses be incentivized with this fee or otherwise to help contribute to that kind of acquisition?
Thank you. Any other public comment? Thank you. Board discussion. Well, let's take the items we discussed one at a time. Regina's point about the commercial being included. I myself would want to see it included. I can see the impact on the township by commercial development, certainly primary commercial development, but also redevelopment of commercial sites. How does everybody feel about that?
Are you saying you would like to see the fee assessed?
I like to see it how it is in the ordinance where the commercial properties are included.
Including just redevelopment without any change in density?
Yes.
Okay. I disagree, but okay.
I guess I'm wondering, and maybe it's I'm getting stuck on the park and rec land piece of this, but, new development takes place in the township, whether it's commercial or residential. The fact of the matter is it places a strain on the infrastructure, whether it's stormwater, whether it's fire and police, whether it's park and rec land. So I guess maybe this is what's finally, what is the magic about park and rec land that's what the fee in lieu of, and that's what the dedication is all about, when the reality is that development, everybody who develops pays real estate taxes. They go to a variety of things. And new development places a strain on park and rec, I get it, but it places a strain on stormwater. It places a strain on infrastructure of all sorts, roads and police and fire. So what's the specialness of this with regard to the cost of new development to the township in general?
They earmarked it. They earmarked it for Park and Rec.
The specialness of this is that it's earmarked for Park and Rec, and Park and Rec needs something. And we need to earmark something for Park and Rec. And this would be a good thing because at least with the residential development, there's a very direct and immediate correlation with the impact on Park and Rec. But even with a commercial property, we're saying it's a tax, it might not be. You could have a large commercial development that's redeveloped, and they don't give any cash in lieu of. They set aside some property for the people who use that commercial as open space, and it could be private, and it could be for those people, and it increases the quality of life in Radnor. And we're encouraging smaller open spaces. We're also steering some of that money directly into the parks and recs that need them because of the pressures from development and redevelopment on parks.
So I guess we're also saying we could see an ordinance like this in a year for stormwater and for other infrastructure.
A lot of other townships call them just development impact fees, and then it goes into a general fund.
Bring a no over there.
The reason why it's Park and Rec is because the law specifically allows for this. You're not allowed to do this for other impacts off-site. Those are impact fees. They're specifically prohibited unless you go through a special process of calculating, basically only for traffic, off-site impact fees. The reason why this is for Park and Rec is the MPC specifically allows for this sort of setup.
Thank you. Okay, then that.
That's why.
Then that's why. I think that's what I've been stuck on. It's like all sorts of development takes place. We have all sorts of impacts. This is the one that we're allowed to address.
And the MPC identifies the fact that parks and recs need that boost.
And probably sometimes it means that 2 years from now, instead of having to appropriate $12 million for Park and Rec, we get to appropriate 10 because the fees have made up the difference. And so that the other $2 million go to police or something else.
Okay, so then with that, I'm not as bothered by this, and I am fine with it also impacting commercial.
I have a big problem with that. I just don't see how we can justify charging commercial development just kind of without. We're just looking to raise revenue then, and
well, you might not be charging them. You realize they can set aside parkland for their own use.
Well, they can set aside parkland that would cost them money to purchase if they're redeveloping a commercial site that's probably going to be built out. But regardless of how they address it, it's adding, I think, an unfair burden on the commercial. And you're looking at it as a resident. I'm looking at it as a property owner in Radnor Township. And commercial property deserves the same treatment that anyone else in this township deserves. We really can't be changing what the value of their property is in a way, because if you take a property and redevelopment costs you that much more, you now lowered the value of that property, in my opinion. I really see the link. If you're talking about a large residential development that's new, I see the link. I see that we would want to attach, and that I'm good with, and that's about all.
And you know, on the commercial side, if you create the open space on site, it's not for a citizen. It's not for you, a taxpayer. It's for probably 9 out of 10 of them are out of township to come in. So you're creating open space for them, which I guess is part of a view shed as you drive past the commercial building. But, well, there's an, okay, yeah. But environmentally, you could just, you know, change your setbacks like we're doing in PI a little bit.
Without getting into any specific properties, but I'll give you an example of how this could apply to a commercial without setting aside land or getting a fee. Let's say you have a commercial property that's adjacent to a township park, and it's a large commercial redevelopment, and it's going to have 20,000 employees or whatever the number is, and they decide that they're going to, instead of dedicating land that's valuable land that they could use for the development of their site, and instead of giving the fee in lieu of, they decide that they're going to install a walking trail on that park next door. That walking trail is accessible to their employees as well as to the township as a whole. There's something that's an amenity for that business and for their employees as well as for the township. And that's the type of situation where this ordinance would require that to be put in. Yes, there is a cost to the developer, but the developer would also be redeeming the benefits for his workforce working there. So there are these, that would be the type of situation that we would be envisioning for the commercial aspect of this.
There's 4 communities, Upper Merion, Lower Merion, Tredyffrin, and Radnor. Which one do we most like? Lower Merion. Lower Merion doesn't assess commercial at all. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do that, but I don't think it should be for redevelopment. It should be for new development.
Makes more sense for new development. I think for redevelopment, you made the point earlier that if you redevelop a site, it could end up with less employees on the site. And I just still don't feel comfortable with just adding it in for all commercial development.
Okay, would anyone like to make a motion?
Well, that wasn't the motion I was going to make, but
Go ahead.
no, I was just going to say I'm okay with it the way it's written. I think if there's extenuating circumstances that they're shrinking or losing, they can go in and ask for a variance or a waiver of this. I just wouldn't overcomplicate it. And I think all your arguments are good and they're totally valid, but I'd see it as a tax, and I see it as that I see it as a very minor tax for the commercial. Honestly, if you look at the value, the amount of the tax per square foot versus what the value of those developments are per square foot, it's less than 0.5%. So I just don't see it as that big of a deal. But so that's I'm kind of okay the way it is. So.
And they could ask for the waiver.
And they will.
I think that the really important thing is we get open space land, probably in half the cases, if not more. I think that they're going to give us, even if it's a 20 by 20 parkland at the end of it, or in between buildings, I think that's a good thing for the township.
Make a motion.
I will say this, though. Do we think that the 20, on page 2, that the 2,500, I guess it's B2, that the 2,500 per square feet per 4,000 square feet of building area, is that excessive? Well, without knowing the square footage of a lot, for all residential of 4 or more lots.
Okay, here's the way I did the math for this.
Okay,
If you take 2,500 square feet and you divide it by 1,440 square feet, you come up with a number, hold on. Jesus. Okay, so 2,500 divided by 1,440 equals, that's 1.73 times, what's the number? It's 3307 equals, that means it's $5,741 per 4,000 square feet, if I did all that right, Kevin. Which equals $1.43 per square foot of building area.
why did you do the math of 2,500 divided by 1,440?
No, because that's the way I read the formula. Is that right, Kevin?
I'm going to have to look into
No,
that.
it's two different formulas.
I know, but it said, okay, first they defined a suitable park is 1,440 square feet, and for every 1,440 square feet, if you don't provide that, you have to provide $3,307. So if you divide 3,307 by 1,440, that's what it is per square foot.
I'm talking about in the commercial.
Well, you have to give up 2,500 square feet, but that establishes the value of a square foot of parkland, and you have to give up 2,500 square foot of parkland for every 4,000 square foot of building.
But just recognize for the commercial, there is no money. There's no option. Okay.
So they
have to provide the land, and that's all. That's the only option they have.
Well, then I suppose they can't. No,
There is on page 4. It's the fee for non-residential subdivisions or land development shall be.
There you go.
$3,307 per 4,000 square feet.
Oh, okay. So it's less. But okay. So that's not bad. So it's less than my formula.
So if they do the land, it's 2,500 per 4,000, and if they do the money, it's $3,300 per 4. So what that does, that places the value at $3,300 divided by 2,500. $3,300 divided by 2,500 square feet. Because you either have to give them 2,500 square feet per 4,000 or $3,300 per 4,000. So that's the relevant number, and that's pretty darn cheap.
It's 3,300 divided by 4,000 per buildable square foot.
Now, is that building area just the footprint, or is that, like, if it's a 4-story building, all 4 floors?
All 4 floors.
So the fee for biomed would be $661,000.
Yes.
No, to renovate and create the new full-size thing.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, I would say that they're going to have way more than that of an impact on us.
That's probably true. Well, a different way of looking at this is just say, well, it's called Park and Rec, but we could get the money and we'll use it for something.
That's kind of my philosophy. I mean, philosophically, it's not accurate, but that's just that's what we're allowed to do as the township. We can't do anything else. So anyway, I would make the motion to pass it as is.
I'm going to second it.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Let me see show of hands because we're not all. That's 4. Those opposed?
Aye.
I'm opposed.
And 2 opposed. Thank you. Moving right along.
Thank you.
The last thing on our agenda for tonight is the introduction of the Villanova ordinance to be discussed at next month's meeting.
I can go over a 30 or 40-minute summary.
Could you take an hour and just,
if you want. The purpose of this on the agenda tonight was to get this in front of you in your hands so that you can take the opportunity over the next month to read it. We will have representatives from Villanova here to present the petition to you. This has been revised since it was first
And they'll be coming to
introduced.
the February meeting?
They will be coming to the February meeting, yes.
Okay.
So by providing this to you a month ahead of time, it allowed you the opportunity to review it, formulate some questions based off the presentation, and get the discussion going on that ordinance amendment.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Is there any old business? Any new business? Public participation?
I move that we adjourn the meeting? Oh, I'm sorry. I
Somebody's coming.
apologize.
I'll leave my 40-minute soliloquy at home tonight. Just a couple things, as you guys obviously now have the Villanova proposal in your hands over the next 30 days. I really urge you, and I know a lot of people who wanted to be here tonight but couldn't, to look at a couple of key things. One, the building heights at 56 feet, and also the setbacks from Lancaster Avenue at about 45 feet. Villanova has done yeoman's work in terms of actually doing things like moving parking structures around, committing to building a bridge. We'd like those to be a little bit more codified than what they have been talked about, especially when they would build a bridge. Obviously, there's been a bridge proposal out there for 25 plus years that never happened. I urge you to look at things like the location of the bookstore. They want to move it from inner campus over to the corner of Lancaster Avenue. And also look at, begin to think of issues like stormwater, and also what's the impact of residences for 3 years of construction, especially in my neighborhood, Old Oaks, where we have, probably by the time Villanova builds this, we'll probably have almost 70 children under the age of 8. What's the impact on them sort of moving forward? So I know you guys have a lot of work. I know this is sort of the elephant in the room that you guys have been dealing with Plan Institution. The elephant is, about to come through the door. And as you do this, obviously, and I don't think this is sort of redundant to make you aware of this, but this is the precedent. If you guys give up too much on this, you're going to have every Plan Institution coming through the doors trying to get the Villanova type plan. So I really urge you to spend the next 30 days, look at the public comment that you've seen that has happened in front of this board on Plan Institution, and also in front of the Board of Commissioners. Read some of the news articles about some of the opposition to this. Villanova can do a better plan. This is not there yet, and we really hope that you guys are going to make this the better plan. Thanks.
Thank you. If that's the end of the public comment, we are adjourned. Thank you.